Welcome in. That ought to get the week started. It's the Rick and Bubba show. It's the kickoff hour. Helmsy here. Greg Burgess is here, too. We'll bring him in here in a second. Everything Rick and Bubba. You know the drill. rickandbubba.com. Big weekend. Had Rick and Bubba University drop. Eric Metaxas. If you didn't get a chance to listen to that, it's a good listen, good watch. Take care of that when you can. You got a few minutes. Obviously, don't do it during a live show because we need you now. Watching on YouTube. Adler's in there, running the TV side of things. Got it like he likes it. And then, of course, the radio affiliates all across this great land who host the show. We thank you for that. And then, we got that podcast we'll throw out every day, that daily podcast. So you can always listen to that. You know when you can listen to that? Whenever you want to. So there he is, Greg Burgess. How are you, sir?
When can you listen to that?
Hey, Greg, whenever you want to.
Whenever you want to.
You know what? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you're doing.
Whenever
you want to.
Whatsoever.
Do you have any podcasts that you listen to? Like just
Dale Jr. Download.
Okay.
Dirty Mo.
So is that one of those things that is like you got to have it every week?
I listen every week. They'll post a new one. I usually listen to it on my way in on Wednesday morning.
That was my next question. Do you have a routine where you're something that you're doing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I listen on my way to work.
So is there any others out there?
Not lately. I'd had a few going, a lot of these mystery ones and stuff, but I need to find me some better ones.
I've got about 3 or 4 that I listen to.
And I listen to the Rick and Bubba
each
one.
week. No, you do not.
I do too.
Oh, the Rick and Bubba University. You don't listen to the show we do every week.
No,
Yeah.
God, no.
Yeah, I don't listen. I don't like listening to myself either.
No. But no, yeah.
I've got enough of y'all. I don't need any more.
Exactly. Too much.
Yeah. I've got a few, but when there's no content, like if they're not putting out content, I'm kind of like, well, what do I do when I'm mowing the grass, or what do I do when I'm putting out pine straw, or chopping some wood, or
I've had
washing
a few
dishes,
different ones, like these mysteries, but Dr. Death and all that before all that came out. Listen to that stuff like that. I like.
How was your weekend?
It was good. Went and seen the grandkids Saturday. Had a great time.
Look at you.
Went to the ball game Friday night, and then the grandkids Saturday, and then did a little work yesterday.
What kind of work?
We moving stuff. Got yard sale going to happen at some point down at the house.
Have you told your brother about?
Well, a lot of it's mom stuff that we were. So we're trying.
You know how he is on.
We're still handling all that.
Okay.
Trying to get rid of all of it.
Anything there I might want?
Probably.
You know, I like a good yard sale.
Do you?
I don't like to plan my day around it, but I like to just come up on one.
Yeah. Well.
Every once in a while, you'll be riding around the neighborhood.
Find some good stuff.
And you'll see one of these deals where everybody's going in the home trying to figure out what they want.
Yeah, but we got some stuff we need to move, so we're gonna get it out there. We're trying to get all that together.
Probably a very important note, Speedy is not here. He is on vacation this week. He is spending some time with family. His dad is recovering from heart surgery from a few weeks ago. So he got to go home. He's feeling great. Mr. Wilburn's doing fantastic. Yep. But Speedy is going up there and spend some time with him this week.
Just to help out.
Yep. And so we're a man down. And, it's I hate that. That's just part of it. It's when you're a man down, it just doesn't feel right. But we'll get through it. And something else we're getting through here is we're setting up for a new move. For a new studio. I went by.
You went and took a look at it.
I went and took a look at it. It's coming together nicely. I like what I'm seeing. It excites me. Now I'm concerned about one thing. And that's the thing, how we enter this building, and just these are the things that are going to change based off new. And not all of us adjust to new things.
Yeah, you know how it is.
As well as we would like to, but we enter our building here with a key. Just an old-fashioned key.
And sometimes that lock in the back is kind of
it
doesn't want to cooperate.
You got to jiggle it a little bit.
Remember we broke a key off in it one time?
Yeah, we did.
I had to break in the side door.
I know. Well, we have something happened this morning, and I'm like, I don't know this is going to be good, because I gave you your access card to the new building, and I don't think you listened to me on what you need to do to get in and out. You kind of gave me whatever.
You got to put a code in, slap it.
Slap it or swipe it?
Slap it.
And but are you going to remember that code?
No. I'm about to tattoo it on me or something.
So that's the thing that concerned me. I think
I'm leaving it on that card.
I've got a hand. Here's my thought. Okay.
See, I wish they'd let me pick my own number.
Well,
we did
okay,
here.
So
we picked our own number here.
I was told Friday that if you want him to change that code, he can.
Okay, I may get.
I'm gonna leave mine because I don't want to mess that up. But he said that he could change it. Young Scruggs told me.
Well, I may get him to change it to what my code for the security alarm was here. Then I'll remember it.
You would
laugh at that.
He said he could do that.
Yeah. Well,
So
I'm gonna look at this. I didn't look close enough to see if my number was very memorable.
No, Greg, you halfway listened to what I said and you put it in your wallet and moved on.
Yeah,
that's
it.
And I gave you some specific instructions about this is what you do when you enter the main building, and then once you get in, you only have to do.
You don't
this.
have to do the code anymore. I got it.
But I just felt like you kind of looked down at me.
I wanted to come and look at what was going on, but I was at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall eating Papa Murphy's pizza.
How'd that go?
It went great. Had a good time. That pizza's good. The thin crust, Papa Murphy's. Hendrick driver. You too can be a Hendrick driver. That's all I know. What's on your neck there? You got a red something bit you?
Huh?
Oh, you said something bit you.
It did sound like he said.
I thought you said something else just now.
It did sound like
something bit you.
What is it? What's wrong?
Greg.
Bit.
Oh, something bit you. Gotcha.
Okay.
Just so you know, your code to the new place cannot be 1, 2, 3, 4. I already asked.
Well, that was what I had here.
Yeah, they said that we can't do that.
What is your code? Have you got it?
I asked for 1, 2, 3, 4. He said I couldn't. He said I couldn't.
He gave you like 9872.
Here's my final.
It's so random. I need something I got to relate it to. I'm gonna look and see what mine is.
There's a lot of concerns with this whole how we access the building. One, I'm gonna hand Bubba his card. I'm not gonna have to say anything. Bubba's gonna know what to do. I'm not gonna have to give him any kind of instructions. He will not lose his card. I'm concerned about Rick and the card. I'm concerned that this will not go well for Rick because, he'll leave things laying around. He'll drop things.
I don't like that code.
Huh?
I'm looking
Greg,
at my code.
Just listen.
I
to
can
me,
relate
man.
to the first two. The first two numbers work, but then I can't. So I got to relate them to something.
But okay. Well, we'll get to that in a minute. But to my point on Rick's going to lose his card.
Oh yeah.
I told young Scruggs, get ready to make Rick multiples.
You can write that down. He'll pick your card up and take it home.
Because if he's got his keys to get in the building, then that means he's got his keys to get at the farm, his house, all these things that he has. But if he's got to carry a card around, but he can remember the codes. I'm not worried about that. It's the code I'm worried about with you, and I'm worried about us leaving the building because we're used to having, once we get in, we're in.
Yeah.
And so in order to go to the restroom there, we're going to have to leave. And in order to get back in, we're going to have our access card.
That's going to be a problem.
That's where we're going to mess up.
That's going to be a problem.
And when we host best ofs, that's really going to be scary.
Oh, yeah, because when you lock yourself out and you're the only one there.
That's it.
During the show, they'll eventually go, I guess he's not coming back. He must be locked out, or I can call somebody.
I just got a couple of concerns. That's all. But I'll say this. I love the way it's coming together. It's going to be awesome. We got to look at our offices. Hope you don't mind. They're right next door to each other.
There you go. We can handle it. You kind of throw stuff over the top and stuff like that?
No, it's not like that. They're closed in.
That's right. I saw them. I can't remember.
All right, more to come. I got several questions to ask you during this hour. This may just be the Greg question.
Bring it on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes after the hour, it is the Rick and Bubba Show, the kickoff hour. Helmsy, Greg Burgess is here as well. Speedy out on vacation. One more thing in regards to the access cards that we have for the new studio. We are moving to a new studio in the first of the year, and so putting some final touches on that, and it's coming together nicely. But this access card thing is concerning me a little bit. Just simple fact of we've never had to worry about access cards, and we're going to have to adjust to something new. And someone, and this is the second time I've heard this. I heard this over the weekend when I was talking to somebody about this. Scruggs actually even brought this up as well.
You and Scruggs.
And so Melissa from Michigan just checked in. She said, Melissa, you need to buy yourself some lanyards.
Oh.
Now, that sounds good, Melissa, but we're not lanyard people.
No.
We don't. We're not.
I'm on the only place I've ever worn a lanyard was Talladega Super Speedway when you had to be in the pits. You had to have one on. The
Regis tradition. We had to wear one.
And then we had to wear them at the Rick and Bubba Expo.
But I don't see. Yes, we did. We absolutely did. But I don't see us wearing one every single day.
That's it. I'm not anti-lanyard, but I am anti-lanyard every day.
I know.
I like it for events. Don't have a problem with it. But if it's part of my everyday world, I probably don't like it.
Let me ask you this.
And I'm going to take it off and set it somewhere.
So you got a lanyard you put around your neck. Okay, that's what we're talking about. What about this thing that you buckle to your side, and it's got a retractable deal on it?
Oh, Lord.
And it comes back. I knew that.
I put that right there with pocket protector.
I knew that reaction. So young Scruggs and Super Tom was trying to sell Speedy and myself on that.
To be honest, since we have to use it a lot in there, it's probably the best way to do it. Instead of digging off in your wallet every time.
I don't see yourself or me wearing that.
I might go lanyard before I did that.
Would you?
Maybe.
Okay. All right.
I don't know. But we're going to do something because you're right. If it's just one end when I get there and one end when I leave, then my wallet's fine. But if I got to pull it out every time I go to a different area.
Anytime you go to the restroom, you're going to have to pull it out. Anytime you come in any of the main doors, you're going to have to pull it out. Anytime you go into a studio, you're going to have to pull it out. The access card to this. Okay. You're such a child. See, I thought I got away from
me
this.
on the first one, the restroom. Yeah. You are correct.
I thought with Speedy gone, I wouldn't have to deal with this. So you're going to have to use the access card a ton.
Okay, so then I'm going to get tired of going in and out of my wallet.
Yeah,
so
you are, and I am too. And that's the only thing is I do carry my wallet. See, my wallet.
Well, I carry
and
my
phone is with me all the time.
Well, see, you got that thing on the side there.
That will help me tremendously. Because I normally will not walk out of a building without this, but in case I need it while I'm out there, like in case I get locked. Like if we have someone come up here and we go out and visit, I always take my phone just in case I get locked out so I can call you guys.
Yeah.
So that would be the same thing for me. So I think I'm going to be fine. I don't think I need a lanyard. This is my lanyard. This is with me all the time. Now I'm going to
have to go to something.
I'm going to have to remove one of these cards.
I might have to go lanyard
out of here so it'll actually fit, but. I just don't see myself wearing something around my neck or pulling it from my pocket.
See, another reason, if I have that thing, the little extendable, I'll just mess with it the whole day. I'll be, I know me. I'll fidget.
Yeah, you will. You see guys that do that. Mm-hmm. Noticed something on the way in this morning.
Well, I'm noticing something right now.
Are
we out of notepads? Say. I thought we had notepads. In fact, I know we did.
It took you a little longer
Why
than I thought.
Why have you written on a manila envelope? It's an envelope, the old manila envelope, or whatever you call it, the yellow big envelope.
Yeah.
And you've got not just a couple of things.
Well, you've
got stuff. You got lines drawn, little boxes, and you filled in boxes. Are we out of notepads?
We're not. Here's what I had this laying around. Well, I was trying to do. So
I just looked up and you're over holding in front of you like you're like a cue card. And I'm like, what's he mailing something?
So this is going to take some explaining to do.
Wow.
So the other day, so when I go speak, by the way, I've got on here, I've got some speaking engagements coming up.
Go right ahead.
And you see, I
want
right
you to speak.
Here. The Man Church, Greg, a lot going on this week. Scott Dawson is in Laurel, Mississippi.
I'm
going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. Thursday, Journey Church. Check him out. Rick is in Center, Alabama on Sunday evening, Pine Grove Baptist, and then I will be in Gunnersville, Alabama. I get to go to Gunnersville
late
Sunday. First United Methodist Church there. So themanchurch.com or rickandbubba.com.
Cool.
Click the events and you can see.
Cool,
what's
but
going on
why
there.
is that written
All right,
on
so
that
here's the deal.
envelope?
So because there's so when I go speak, I have in my notes. For some reason, I did this and then I liked it. I was at home and I was getting ready for a speaking engagement, and I usually take like 2 pieces of just paper, and I cut them about like this. Okay, so like a third of this folder, and I have notes on it. Kind of keeps me on track where
They
I'm
got
going.
pads about that
And I
stuff.
stick it in my Bible, inside the Bible, and that's kind of what I go with. Well, one day I was at my house prepping for a speaking engagement, and I looked up, and in the middle of, I didn't have any paper, and I had one of these. So I just had some scissors, I cut it in thirds, okay? So I had 3, so think about 3 things that were like that.
Please look at the
okay?
back of it.
Okay. And so then I go to the speaking engagement, and I'm digging my little call sheet. That's kind of what I was thinking about. I like the way this happened.
Okay.
So then that turned into, I have some of these laying around now that I split up when I'm starting to prep for certain speaking engagement. Well, this weekend, this was laying there, and I was trying to take some notes and kind of set up the week because I knew Speedy was going to be out all week, and that's a different world for us. And so I grabbed this, Greg, and I started writing up here at the top, Rick and Bubba Show, rickandbubba.com, just some things about the week. Well, then I look up and see some news, and I start writing news, and I'm trying to catch up with the weekend. Well, next thing you know, I think, well, I kind of like that. I'm kind of digging this. And so now
like
I have
writing on an
taken
envelope.
notes. I know. I have taken notes on these. I don't know that I'll stay with this format.
Well,
This
I mean,
was
we
just-
got notepads.
This
out
was
there.
just for the day.
different sizes.
But
too. We got a really good
here's what I
small
do like
size.
about it, Greg. So I'm looking
I
at,
like the small
I've
one.
got these right here. Watch. Now it's right here. What do you think?
I guess that's all right. It's kind of odd. I know why. I thought, well, we must be out of paper.
Well, I kind of was at home. That's what started this, but now I kind of like it.
Wow.
I may keep doing it, Greg.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes after the hour, it is the kickoff hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy alongside Greg Burgess. Greg, what we got going on over there?
How about this hour of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by candycode.com/Bubba. Now, look, the holidays are weeks away, so join us and make this holiday the one when you give yourself the gift you've always wanted. You know what that is, Helms? A better smile.
Yeah, baby.
It makes you happier. It will also boost your confidence. So we want you to know that candycode.com/Bubba is here to help. Poorly reviewed or insanely priced clear aligner companies use general dentists, but not Candy Code. They only work with orthodontists who are experts in tooth movement, and the same orthodontist who creates your plan, he's going to track your progress so you'll never wonder what you're doing. You can book an appointment at a Candid studio near you, or you can do everything from the comfort and convenience of your own home. And as a listener to our show with an aligner treatment, you're also going to get their teeth whitened for free. Right now, you can save $75 on your starter kit when you get started from home or book an appointment at a studio near you today. So don't put it off. Let's start straightening your teeth today. Save $75 for the starter kit right now at candycode.com/Bubba with the code Bubba. That's candycode.com/Bubba with the code Bubba. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Well done, sir. 36 minutes after the hour.
I like saying tooth movement.
Yeah, I do too. Tooth movement's not good.
You got to have an expert in tooth movement.
Yeah.
And that's Candico.
I don't like my teeth moved.
No, you don't want your teeth moving.
All right. Lot on the pad, lot on my little envelope here.
You got a little lot going on now.
So, but I do have a question. Did you survive the fallback?
I did. Nothing to it. You know, everybody. I always like this one better because you actually get a little game.
Well, I realized.
Now it got dark early.
Well, I was going to say.
That's the only effect I had is when I looked and it was 5:30 and I felt like it was 9.
We all feel like we get an extra hour of sleep, and so then because I didn't. I woke up at the exact same time. You know, it's one of those things. Now, I didn't. I could have slept during that time that I had, but I didn't. I was watching television and hanging out around the house and all that yesterday morning. But I had a little energy because I felt like, hey, I got an extra hour of sleep. I don't know why I felt like that, but I did. But then that energy by 4:30 or 5, it moves almost to a depression because it's dark.
Look, we all have our parts about it we don't like, and I'm one of those too. But I just try to just ignore it and pretend it's just normal. Look, this time of year it's going to get dark early. Okay,
yeah, it is.
It was getting dark early without changing the time. We don't have to go into all that, but now it's getting dark real early.
So I noticed
as it goes through the winter, it'll start getting a little longer and a little, So we'll live.
I noticed something on my way in this morning. I would be shocked if you didn't notice it as well. It is November the 8th. So whenever you're listening to us on the podcast, I noticed something been added to the plaza out here. And it's a little early in my opinion. Did you notice? I
saw it. I did.
So here at the plaza
was it
Teleport,
decorated yet?
I don't know, but it was lit.
It's a big song.
We're talking about the Salty Dog Christmas tree. And it is a nice one. Like, they do it right here at the plaza. It is beautiful, and it's huge, and it shines a bright from as far as you can see. But it's up today, November 8th.
It's early, but when you look at that tree and the effort it takes to put it up, you might as well get it up and use it. Well, you don't want to put it up and take it down 2 weeks later.
Yeah, I guess.
I tell you what, it always gets me kind of fired up when I see it.
I know. It is. It's an awesome tree.
It is. We may have to go out there and sing to it. Here at some point.
But it is up. So I just wondered if you thought it was early.
When I turn in the lot, I do. But I see why that. You see what I'm saying? Because we're going to go to all this. We need to let it shine. So,
but we don't really know what effort it takes. It may be easy.
We don't.
It may be an easy deal to do.
It could be. But eat a taco, look at the tree.
How about that? All right. So I got a question for you. So I saw the Braves did their parade on Friday.
Oh, did they?
For the World Series. So I've thought about you as I'm watching this because you've been up front about parades are not your thing.
Well, I mean,
they're not your thing. Let's just say they're not my thing either, Greg. So I mean, if I had options of things to do, parade would be on down that list.
Yeah, I'm not against parades.
Right, I know.
I'm not out trying to stop parades.
But I did see where the Braves were celebrating, and it looked like a fantastic time in Atlanta and the route they were taking, and just thousands upon thousands, hundreds of thousands of people just scattered everywhere for this parade.
Have you ever seen footage of the parades back in the old days with the ticker tape?
It's unreal.
You couldn't even see from all that. Now, that was a parade.
Yeah.
They do it for astronauts. They do it for ball teams, soldiers.
And people would come out, and I guess because they didn't have anything else. They didn't have Netflix to go to, or,
Yeah. I mean, everybody was there in those days, and they would be ticker tape just flying.
So you can only do one. You can either let's say you did something that caused someone to do one of two things, either the parade or a visit to the White House. Which one are you choosing?
I get to go to
one of the two. You
I'm
get
going
to
to
go
White
with
House.
your team to either one. Which one are
White
you
House.
choosing? You do choose White
Yeah.
House over the parade. I do too.
And
Even
the parades are good.
during a Biden administration.
Yeah.
I do
I just
too.
kind of want to see the White House.
Yeah, that's me.
And plus, I want to see how Goofy Joe is in person.
Yeah.
I bet he would deliver.
I bet he would too.
No, look, the parades are awesome, especially the fans
know.
come out and everybody gets fired up. But they're not like they used to.
No, they're not.
When
And
you look at the footage of the old parades, now that was a parade.
well, and I gave you an option, and I would have done the same thing.
Yeah.
So-
Now,
But
if I had already been to the White House, I might go parade.
it looked like a good time.
Remember the whole show went to the White House except me and you. Somebody had to stay back and run the mothership.
Yeah, I mean,
I get it.
I do too.
Glad
Never really thought about it until you just brought it up.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
They all got great memories.
Sure. Every time they bring it up, I'm like, yeah,
Mm.
Greg and I were here.
That's fun. Yeah.
That's fine.
But anyway.
Whatever. Finished. I'm watching too much TV this week. I finished up that Dope Sick
I want to watch that.
on Hulu. Michael Keaton. It's about Big Pharma and OxyContin. It's really good.
Yeah.
Really good.
I'm
Don't
gonna
like
put
the
that
way
on
it
my list.
ended, and that's because I think there may be a second episode. I mean, a second
So
season.
it doesn't, no closure really?
No,
Oh,
no.
open-ended.
Unless I missed something, no. So I watched a ton of that, and I'm excited too. I got me a new beard trimmer
No, wow.
and a little, Manscaped world.
Manscaped City.
And I have I've had this half, it's just not any good trimmer.
I need to
that-
upgrade mine.
Well, and so I told
I've
him,
had mine forever.
I told Amanda I had two. I had a
And wow,
beard
the
trimmer.
technology's came a long way.
I know. I had a beard trimmer and a nose trimmer, and they have been awesome. Okay,
I
but
can't
they've
find a
like
good
eight-
nose trimmer.
Well, I think I have found one,
Oh, I need to know.
and so it's and I think I mean, I didn't find one. Amanda actually
I
found it,
can't find a good one.
but these two that I had have been good. But the nose trimmer just stopped. It just won't even. It's
Yeah,
not
it
about batteries
won't
or
work.
charging. It just
No.
won't work. It's done.
It's not a great
It
technology.
has trimmed its last nose hair.
Yeah.
And so for like a month, I have not. I mean, I've started looking like that 96-year-old guy that don't mess with his nose
I
anymore.
noticed one day you came in the room and your nose hair came in, and then you came in after. There's him though.
And this beard trimmer I have, it will trim a beard, but it takes forever, and it's just it hurts too, and it's just one of those.
You need to give me the info.
So Amanda had asked me. She said, "Hey, I'm going to Costco." She announced, "I'm going to Costco. Does anybody need anything?" And I just said, "I tell you what, I need if they have a beard trimmer that includes a nose trimmer, grab it. I need one."
I've been plucking hairs, and it brings
of
tears
all
to
the-
my eyes and makes me sneeze.
She was probably expecting me to say, "Grab some steaks for the grill
Yeah.
later." Or, grab that big thing of
will you get that
lasagna,
nose trimmer?
the big thing of lasagna they have when
Get
you
the-
eat on it for a couple
Get
days.
them 150 pack of toilet paper.
Yes. So she comes home, and I don't. It's made by Phillips, and I'm gonna tell you something. It would, you know how if you're that guy that has got a pretty decent sized yard, but has always had to push mow his yard with
Yeah.
a crappy mower, and then that one day he gets that zero turn.
Oh yeah.
That's what I felt like this weekend. And this nose trimmer, goodness gracious, it was like a commercial weed eater. It's like I went to a battery-powered weed eater to a commercial grade
Wow.
Husqvarna.
So that baby just
Oh,
screaming.
My goodness. And it took me half the time it normally takes to do the beard. And I got carried away and got it lower than I need to.
I noticed you got it all
yeah,
down there.
but I was testing things. There's attachments in this deal. I don't even know what they were for.
Do I go full beard this winter or not? I'm sure it's gray.
Greg, I think there's something like there was somebody the other day that said, "Hey, so I've noticed you've held on to the beard this year longer than you normally do, whatever." And they said, "I just can't do it because it's gray." And I said, "Buddy, there's wisdom in gray.
Yeah.
If I see a gray beard coming, I think I'm gonna listen to that guy.
That guy may know something.
I don't think you should think, hey, I'm not growing it out because
Now,
it's
again,
gray."
every year I do this, and it gets to that point, I'm going, well, if it's not going to get any thicker than this, what's the point? You know?
Yeah.
I think I don't give it long enough. I get frustrated
No, you
before I
don't.
should because I'm not one of these people that grows a beard in a day. You know, those people. I'm glad I'm not because I don't like shaving.
Well, I don't want you to not do it because it's gray. I don't like
No, it ain't
these
so much
people
that.
that color their hair and all these different things because they're worried about gray. Would you please quit worrying about that? Nobody cares about that, but you. You're the only one.
Yeah, I may grow that. I don't know. But again, it gets to a certain point, and I go, well, if it ain't going to look no better than that.
Well, I'll tell you this. If you do, and when you do grow it out, and you're ready to trim it, I got you covered.
Well, I need an upgrade, so I got you got to show me that.
It's a game changer.
Wow.
And I don't think it's that big a deal. It wasn't, but it was under $50. It's not like we're some going crazy.
I see a bunch of them on TV on these commercials, all these souped up.
But to your point, when I bought mine, the one I've been using, it was probably like 2010.
Oh,
we're 10 years past that, and technology has changed.
Yeah.
And
mine might be older than that.
This thing was running. I mean, goodness gracious.
You couldn't believe it.
I couldn't believe it.
You got carried away and went too low.
I even trimmed my ear. I had some ear hair.
Get it all.
I got it all.
Crazy eyebrow.
Got it all. I did. I knocked one of those out too.
Yeah.
There was this one little weird.
You were out of control.
There was this one little weird attachment that was kind of like a triangle and went up, and I think that was for like eyebrows and stuff like that.
Really?
So I started.
I've seen those.
I started using it. I don't know if that's what it's for, but that's what I was using. That's what I was using it for. I don't know. All right, we'll be back. One more segment after this, and the Rick and Bubba will join us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, here we go, 52 minutes after the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Alongside Greg Burgess, I am Helmsy. We are speedyless this week. Adler rocking the TV. The boys will join us next segment. Don't go anywhere. Greg, some things that stood out to me this week. We had a big NFL weekend, big college football weekend. A couple things that we're going to dig into that with the boys later in the show. Don't want to take up time doing that. But a couple things that I'm noticing. Yesterday in the NFL, the Cowboys had a red stripe on their helmet.
What's that all about?
So it caught me off guard. Didn't know what's going on. I did look it up, and evidently,
was it a stripe like from the front all the way to the back?
Think of their helmet they have now, and they've just added a red stripe to it. Yeah,
that's weird.
It was weird. They were honoring the armed forces and the Medal of Honor recipients.
Well, a good cause, just a weird stripe.
Yeah, definitely a good cause. Didn't know what they were doing until I saw it, and then I was like, why are they wearing that? The other thing I'm noticing, and you are going to love this. This is right up your alley. So, College Game Day, we love that crew. We love Reese. We love Dez. We love Herb Street, David Pollock. I mean, everybody that's associated with it, we love. And from time to time, we even love Bear that sits over there. And
I'm trying to love Bear.
Bear has been
nothing against him personally, but why does that say? Is it the way he's sitting, the way it looks, and that little board he has? Or?
Let me put it this way: I know people tolerate me being a part of this show to love on everybody else. Get that? That's just part of it. If you're in this business, I mean, if we're just going to be honest about it. And so that's kind of the way we feel about Bear. I tolerate Bear because I love the other guys so much. And he doesn't bring that much to the table on air, just like I don't. So it really doesn't matter. But he's starting to be booed. He's starting to get booed when he goes to these cities, and he doesn't know how to handle it. And Herb Street is trying to help him.
Because he's always been everybody's loved on him.
I've noticed Herb Street has the biggest heart on the planet. The way he takes care of Lee Corso every week, and now he's having to be that encourager to Bear, who's evidently started getting booed last week. I noticed it last week, but I thought it was just, hey, we're having fun, whatever. But then this week, and the reason they're booing him now is just because it's the end thing to do. It's not that they're mad at him, but he still doesn't. You can tell he doesn't know how to handle it.
Yeah,
it's funny though. Real funny.
So Bear, when he was a joyful Bear, everybody liked him, and he was okay. But now he's getting a little heat from the crowd, and he has that look on his face like.
He is.
I never understood the whole Bear thing.
Well, I think it started as he just sitting over there kind of as a guy that could talk to them and help them out during breaks and give them stats and all that. And they started going,
I like that.
Hey, Bear, that's really good. Why don't you tell them that? And so, and he does.
I like that.
He brings an element to the show that's really hard to find because he knows every in and out of what's going on out there in the college football landscape. He really does. He is a wealth of knowledge.
But he's a little full of himself.
But he is starting to get booed, and I'm telling you, he doesn't know how to react to it.
Does anybody know why they're booing him? They don't like his picks?
I think last week it started with they didn't like one of his picks. Now I think it's just hey, we realize it's bothering him, so we're going to continue to do it. Does that make sense? And they're having some fun with it.
Now it's Roger Goodell walking out.
Exactly.
That's what we don't even have to have a reason.
Wonderful example. That's exactly
somebody started. We're booing Bear.
Yeah.
And now they're not really mad at him, but it's just booing him.
And the other guy's a guy like, why are they booing you, Bear? And he's like, you could tell. He's like, I don't know.
Everybody loved me.
So,
think it sounded like that.
We will dig into the other thing. We'll dig into college football as the show goes on. Lot happening. The polls will obviously shift after some of the teams losing over the weekend. Michigan State and Wake Forest both got beat, and Cincy, close one there. For all the people that thought they should be in the top four, I don't know that they will after what they won, but it was they squeaked by Tulsa. Another thing that I noticed just watching, I love these insights. Michigan State, Mel Tucker, they were talking about Kenneth Walker, their big running back. They call him K9. He wears 9K, Kenneth.
Yeah.
Had a good game Saturday. They just didn't get the win. But Mel Tucker said something I think it was Mel Tucker, when they were talking about how they got him. He was at Wake Forest, and he entered the transfer portal, and then they ended up getting him. So, I mean, think about that. If you're the Wake Forest running back and you're not getting a lot of time, Wake Forest is not known for their football teams, and then all of a sudden you go to one of the top-tier programs in the land, and now you're owning it and a Heisman candidate.
Yeah.
So that's strange.
And Wake Forest is doing pretty good after
they are.
Even though they got beat in a wild game.
It was wild.
No defense.
But one of the coaches said this is what caught me off guard, this transfer portal, during the time in which they actually have guys sitting there refreshing the transfer portal as their job every 30 minutes.
Really?
To see who pops in it. That's part of recruiting now, is they have someone who
they go,
does other things.
We can get this guy.
Yes. Is sitting there constantly refreshing the portal to try to see, okay, who's out there. And that's how they got Kenneth Walker. They saw his name pop up, refreshing it, and
come on
bingo.
in, Kenneth.
So, did you give college football anything this weekend?
I did. I watched the Auburn A&M game, most of it. A&M pretty much hammered them.
They did.
I mean, it was a close game off and on, but then they stretched out there.
It didn't feel close.
It didn't. The score was like 6-3 for a while and all that. But watched a little of that. Watched some of Bama. That game was I didn't expect it to be like that.
Okay, so this I told you I was watching too much TV, and I got into that Hulu series. I watched it to I guess it was 7-7 forever.
Yeah, I didn't pick it up.
It was 7-0 actually.
I picked
LSU
it up
was
second half, and it was like 20-7, which would end up being 20-14. I mean,
which ended up being the final. So with like a couple minutes left in the first half, Bama scored, made it 14-7, I believe, and that's when I thought, okay, here they come, because they had scored quick, two times real quick, and I
missed
thought,
the first.
Okay, they've got it together. There's no sense in continuing to stay with this, and I went to my series I was watching,
all fired up
Dope Sick, so I went and watched it, and when I woke up the next morning, I saw that it was 2014, and I was a little frustrated with myself. I didn't stay with it.
Yeah, it was a lot better game.
I will say this about Ogeron. I know he's got his off-the-field issues, and he's not going to coach. But that man is coaching that team like he's going to be there for the next 10 years.
They ran a fake punt that led to a touchdown. That was really good. Hey, Dan Mullen. Yeah, South Carolina's not good.
No, they're not. No, they are not.
See, now it's getting – hey, Mullen, it's going to get a little hot next year. But these things keep happening. That's unacceptable.
40-17.
Hey, guys, South Carolina's
That's
not
right here
good.
on my envelope.
They're not any good. Okay? They're not any good at all.
That's a big number that you let a really mediocre, at best, offense put 40 points on you.
Things aren't looking good for Dan.
No, they're not. All right, the boys join us next. Hang with us.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. A brand new hour has begun. We start this hour with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Brand new hour, brand new week, brand new day. Let's go. Much to do as we unpack another weekend and we start another week. We thank you guys for being with us. Speedy on vacation this week. Helmsy, the real Greg Burgess, and Adler here as Team Rick and Bubba goes through a week without one of the team members, but we shall persevere. Your phone calls will get us rolling on topics that maybe we don't have prepared but you'd like to talk about, or a response to the things that we do cover. All that's in play at that number, 866 We Be Big. Let's get him in here. The pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver-Tongued One. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup of Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to the little Rick and Bubba Show.
Let's go. Let's go. Everybody call it. I'm good. Ready to unpack what was an active weekend. A lot going on. We shall dive into it today. I tried to stay away from. I know probably what's. I mean, if you look at as far as from a secular world standpoint, what's going on in your country, I guess is pretty important. But I just it's almost like I had all the spoons of that I could eat last week. So I just said, well, this weekend I'm just not going to be concerned about that. So
it's kind of like driving by the sewer plant.
Yeah.
The view never changes.
Right. Yeah.
And so there's really no need to drive by.
Yeah. So I kind of understand.
And the smell is consistent.
Right. I kind of understand where we are, and unless there's been some major change, I just said I'm assuming things are like they were when I left.
Like just for instance, we're not going to go into the story.
Here we go.
Y'all have seen gas prices lately.
Oh, sure.
The Biden administration is reportedly weighing the potential market consequences of shutting down another oil pipeline in Michigan.
I think we have the answer on the consequences.
Yeah, well, perfect example.
If we're weighing them.
My wife told me she drives a pretty small car, and she said, hey, it's almost like you've been telling somebody something, but all of a sudden there was a day they went, hey. She said, it just cost me $20 more to fill up. 20.
Big jump, guys.
She said, my car fills up for 30. It just took 50 to fill it up.
Yeah.
And and what I'm saying is 30 even when it was up for them.
Well, and not only that.
Under Trump, she could fill up for
guys, we're heading into the winter months where heating costs are going to go up.
Yeah,
and
heating oil.
And the energy secretary, Rick, unlike you, I decided to dive in for some reason.
I'm so
and to hear her talk about the oil market being controlled by OPEC and calling them a cartel when it's the president shutting down all these pipelines was just amazing.
You know
me.
how you keep them from being a cartel? You have enough that you can dictate prices too.
Absolutely.
And so I tell you, we're geniuses. It's amazing.
Aren't we something?
It's I tell you, I bet our arm is about to go out of socket from patting herself on the back.
Aren't we something? I'm still shocked why people still want to go or want to come.
Yeah, I know. They may be wanting to spill into northern Mexico before you know it.
Yeah.
So we'll cover that story. That's a little later. Did y'all see the big Travis Scott Drake concert thing this weekend? I still don't fully understand what was going on and what happened. I mean, I heard a report this morning somebody was injecting people or something. I mean, they was.
I haven't heard that, but
they all got to running towards the stage.
Okay, is that the one? Because there was
50,000 people there, and they got to mashing into each other, and people got to falling and couldn't.
Wasn't there some name to that concert?
Astroworld Festival.
That was it.
And it happened Friday night.
Because I saw people grieving Astroworld, and I didn't know what they were talking about.
Yeah, killed.
Because I kept hearing the Travis Scott thing too. So that's all the same thing.
Yeah,
correct. Yes.
50,000 people, and I did hear that they basically started pushing people up against the stage, and they crushed them.
Yeah, and everybody just
8 dead, others injured. Just a horrific scene.
Right. The Biden administration said, but look how dangerous it was for COVID. So the 50,000. Wow.
Yeah.
When you remember the Who concert that happened when we were growing up, and people get to pushing and they get to trampling each other.
That did away with general admission.
Yeah.
May see that again. It seems like we keep doubling back on things maybe we thought we had learned and just doing away with it. And the footage from this was even more bizarre, Rick, because you have people who were doing selfies and doing video, and you got all this calamity going on. I don't think anybody really knew what was happening at the time. So we'll look into that too.
Already lawsuits have already showed up.
Oh yeah.
Because they say they were encouraging people to rush the stage.
Really?
Whether that's what the lawsuit.
Well, we'll say, look, I told you I had that happen to me when I got into that mob at the Christmas tree lighting in Prague.
Bad feeling, isn't it?
It's a real bad feeling, and you because you think to yourself, I have no control over the situation, and you start trying to talk to people around you. Hey.
Let's work together.
Hey, we got to work together or somebody's going to die. I remember when I finally screamed out,
be a miserable.
People are going to die. That's when some people are like, I said, and a woman fell down and
that's what happened here.
She was getting trampled. Y'all, it's just a terrible
I saw
thing.
an interview with one. She passed out from being squeezed, and her boyfriend or her husband, whatever he was, actually lifted her up, and they crowd surfed her out. Everybody started doing this, and then she got conscious. And I mean, if it hadn't been for that, she said I would have died. Wow. No doubt.
Well, first of all, there's just your chest and everything being crushed and you can't breathe. Then, like you say, you pass out and fall down. Then you get trampled. So it's bad thing. 15 minutes past the hour. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll unpack the stories of the day. Saw some of you over the weekend kind of realizing if you're going to be ordering any gifts right now, the warnings keep going out that shipping can be problematic. If you're trying to get stuff in the Rick and Bubba store, go ahead and start making the move on that. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you guys for being with us. Will it meet back in play? Will it meet back in play? So that could happen at any time on the program. Hopefully all of you remembered to fall back and all that. And that's most of the states. I think there's a handful that don't do that anymore, the ones that I'm looking to move to when we retire. But anyway, so hopefully that all went, fine for all of you.
You theoretically got an extra hour of sleep, but the problem is I woke up an hour earlier than normal. So it all kind of,
right.
you can play with the clock legislatively, but my body won't agree to it.
No, it is. It was funny because I was trying to pay it. Last night, Sherry and I we had a bunch of stuff going on at church and had a big dinner on the grounds after church and with our class that turned out being 120 people. But I'll tell you about that, about trying to cook burgers and all that for 120 people and how it was set up. But anyway, so we were, and then I had to go to the farm and check on some stuff after that, and so we got back, and Sherry was like, "Well," I said, "Gosh, it feels like it's 9:30 or 10 o'clock." She says, "By the way, it's 7." So anyway, we started trying to watch a movie or whatever, and I kept saying, "Man, I can't keep my head up. I don't know what's wrong with me." I said, "It's only 8 o'clock." And then I thought, no, just yesterday this was 9.
Yeah.
And so I thought, well, I guess that's why my head's dropping down, and it's sad that we get sleepy that early in the evening, but what we do for a living pretty much calls for that. So anyway, it's done. It's fine, and
I'm good with it. I don't care.
Yeah, I enjoyed.
Don't care a bit.
I enjoyed realizing that 2 in the afternoon, if I didn't hurry to get to the farm, it was going to get dark before I finished what I needed to. There was a time I had till like 6:45, 7 o'clock.
Oh yeah, at least.
But
it seems like it's a long list of things that we're doing in society now that makes absolutely no sense. As a matter of fact, trying to find some logical things we're doing is getting pretty hard.
By the way, it did slay the folks of North Carolina, and we'll talk about that on the show today. When I was there, on the night it was gonna happen. Because we left there after about lunch on Saturday morning. When I said I can't wait to get back home because I've got a couple things I need to do.
Yeah.
And I said, number one, I've got to go to the doctor for him to put leeches on me.
Right.
Okay, because I need him to bleed me. And I said, then of course, I said we really got to leave. I mean, any minute because we're riding horses back. And it's going to take us probably the rest of the weekend to get home.
Right.
And so I said, oh yeah, and then I got to go turn my clock back. And it
Rick, I wish you'd churn some butter.
right. Yeah. So it's that went over pretty well. There just seems to be a disdain for it out there because I think it really doesn't matter about anything other than it's just stupid. I mean, all the other stuff. I mean, does it really bother me as far as physically? It really doesn't.
There's no reason to do it.
It's just no reason. It's just stupid. I mean, it just now. Like I said, I was around some dads who have small children and they love it.
All right. So let me ask you, what do you think is more stupid? The fact we keep playing with a clock twice a year, or we're having gas prices go up, we're having supply chain issues left and right. And we're talking about cutting off another pipeline. What do you think is the dumbest of that?
Well, I will say that the one that affects me the most is this thing with the gasoline. Because, now, Bubba, you're doing that deal that usually flips a switch for a lot of people, and it does with me. Now you're messing with the money.
Right.
Okay,
right.
Don't mess with the money. And so now you're taking – now remember, this is the thing that – and there were Paul Revere's and there were prophets that were warning – that if the price, as Helmsy just mentioned, if the price of everything goes up, that doesn't just affect the rich. As a matter of fact, the rich will see the least impact because they're rich. Okay? It affects the people that say, hey, we're on a tight budget here and we really don't need our cost of living. Okay? Don't even look at what it's cost you to go to the grocery store. Our cost to keep this house going and this car going is going through the roof. Well, I got news for you. that's not. Matter of fact, the rich are the ones that say we're prepared for this because we're rich.
Yeah, we can absorb it.
Yeah, they're going to absorb this, but I'm telling you, if the cost of living is the we get down to the last penny and all that goes up, well, this affects everybody.
Yeah, Elon Musk pays the same amount at the gas pump as we do if he was pumping gas.
Right.
Or in this case, he pays the same kilowatt hour that we do on the power grid.
Right.
When he charges his car.
Right.
So, he can handle it better than we can.
Right. Well, remember, this is all about getting the rich. Put the Democrats in so they can get the rich. Well, how's it feel to be rich? I told you, they always make you rich when they go in. Everybody gets to be rich.
In definition.
Right, in definition, because they said they're going to get you. Well, if your cost of living is going up, they must think you're rich. But this, how do you say
again,
our gas prices are out of control, and some of this is tied to the fact that we're no longer independent when it comes to this. So let's become less independent.
Rick, you remember
somebody help me with this.
We had this grand discussion back during President Obama's time when gas prices had got high again, and President Obama even addressed it and said, look, if I start drilling again and we start leasing out this federal land, it's going to be years before you see it come down at the pump. That was put in place, and we saw prices come down at the pump. The fact that that these are commodities, so they're driven by bidding prices, on an open market. Just the fact when you say we're going to put more oil into the market causes the price of it to go down. And it can be too low that it gets unstable, and it can be too high where it gets unstable. So there's a happy medium there that we can get by on, and everybody can be happy. And we kind of had that for the past 2.5, 3 years.
Yeah.
And then you have this infrastructure bill that they continue to discuss. $1.2 trillion, and they're saying that less than 10% of that is what we normally talk about when we talk about infrastructure.
Yeah, highways, bridges,
internet, things that are infrastructure needs. And less than 10% of that is going to those things that we actually need.
Yeah, they're just saying
this is a new Green Deal is what this is.
Yeah. Well, you know when something stinks, like our trash can that's sitting outside airing out, and now we know nowhere to put trash. Listen, that something stinks is when they pass it in the middle of the night and you wake up and it's passed.
Yeah.
So they can hide from it.
When they don't get to have the glorious ceremony with the pens they pass around and all that, when they're really proud of something, right or not.
Oh, yeah, when they're not taking pictures.
Yeah, look out.
It's
when it's a dirty deed done dirt cheap, they do it in the middle of the night.
You won't see anybody posing with the pens on this one.
No, you won't.
Yeah, so... And those of you
except for the crazy squad,
and those of you that think it's a great thing,
they salute the communist flag.
Sure, so they do. Yeah, I'd love them. So our gas prices are through the roof, and you're spending to fill up a tank of gas $20 to $25 more per tank right now, and you just had it administered, and it can't be Biden because we know he's not running the place, but his administration has decided that gas prices, I guess, are not high enough.
Well, I guess they think if they get them higher, that people will quit using it. I guess is that their plan to force you out of it?
It's to make you miserable before they start having problems with the earth and batteries. Yeah. But right now they want you to go to a battery.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. LinkedIn.com/Bubba is here to try to help you if you are looking to fill a role at your company and you want to get it in front of the most qualified people. Then you might want to use LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Your first job post, by the way, will be free simply because you are part of this program. And so if you go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba, use that URL, then they will let you post this job for free. And they'll put it in front of their 770 million people. But they also will talk with you, and they get some simple tools from you, some questions, and they'll filter and prioritize who you'd like to interview and hire. And then by the time you get down to the actual interviewing, they've already weeded out anybody that really doesn't have what they need to have in the skill set to be truly considered. So you're only interviewing the best of the best. They save you a lot of trouble. So go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba to post your job opportunity for free as a listener or viewer of this show. Again, that's rickandbubba.com, too, under sponsors either way, and you can do that right now. All right, so do we want to walk through this Astroworld thing? I know there's a lot going on with it. It's I'm not familiar with all these artists. Now, who is Astroworld? Who all's playing? Astroworld. I know Travis Scott because I see that. I'm not familiar with.
I think the Astroworld Festival is just what it's called because it's in Houston, and then you got the rapper Travis Scott. Drake was there.
Yeah. But Travis Scott is like this is I headline this and I put together Astroworld like Rick and Bubba put together Fat Fest.
There you go.
Okay, of course looks like we never had 50,000.
Well, and Rick, he's tied into the Kardashian bunch. So he's Kylie's baby daddy, isn't he?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, all right.
I don't really follow the Kardashians.
I know, but we're
close.
But let's be honest, we're terrified to. So we have.
You really can put this in the column of another disaster because he's going to be sued, out the wazoo here. I don't know how all this is going to happen, but he's Kylie Jenner's significant other.
I was about to say, are they married or are they just they have a baby, right?
I'm really not familiar with the status of it, Rick.
Okay,
but
right.
Again,
they are married.
Men who
not married. Okay, gotcha.
Men who are tied into that bunch.
I'm telling you,
has some really, really bad luck. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Right.
It's an incredible list.
And by the way, no pun intended on the phrase tied in. All right, so let's talk about. We had 50,000 is what I keep hearing. And Greg, you seem to confirm you heard the same thing.
Crowd.
Yeah, big crowd.
And we've got all kinds of footage of it. It says fans breaking through security lines early in the day. Is that what this is?
Breaking through a fence.
Yeah. So people are just we see right now.
This is not the border. This is Astroworld.
Yeah. So I assume at this point somebody has scanned your ticket. And we're just telling you to wait till.
No, they broke the fence down to get in.
Okay, so we don't even know. This is just
a free for all.
Right. So
it started early as a free for all, and it never pulled out.
See, at this point right here, it looks like people are getting hurt. I mean, we still got the sun up.
Yeah.
Of people trying to get through this.
Yeah, it was really a bad omen for things to come.
Right. So the other one at 1C here. So we now have fans pleading for Travis Scott to stop the show because people are in danger, and so I guess
Stop that show!
All right, so are they feeling the pressure of it at this point?
I guess
we're getting pushed.
That's an incredible crowd, by the way.
Right. So, and then we've got Scott, which when the lawsuits start, this one won't. I mean, I'm sure he'll try to explain himself, but you just know how these things work. He's continuing to sing while we have an unconscious fan. But again, he may not be. When you're up there, I don't.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to make excuses
every
for him,
detail
but
going on.
yeah. So,
What's the talent, isn't it?
I was about to say 50,000.
50 grand, 50,000 people to see that.
All right, so what in the world? Yeah, somebody passed out out there. By the way, is that what he sounds like?
Is that what he does? I know every generation can't stand that next generation's music.
And we're crotchety old men now.
But 50,000 people show up for somebody to get up there, and there's no live music, right? Nobody's playing nothing. I'm just up there with the auto tune going.
I think that's the start of a song.
Well, I doubt it.
He gets after it at some point.
But I'm talking about right there.
Again, okay, but nobody's playing nothing.
Well, Greg, at that point though, what I just heard. You could tell even auto-tune was going, I can't do anything with this. I'm trying to say this. I don't know where to land. Look.
Anybody could do that.
Yeah. So that's fans jumping on top of police cars, and they're trying to get unconscious people out of the crowd. But here now we have Kylie Jenner is posting a video while there's an ambulance in the crowd trying to save people. So there she is up because she's got to get her post out. You know that. I mean, for her millions. See right there is the ambulance, and so we got problems. And understand that the end result of all this is people actually died.
Yeah.
I mean,
8 people actually.
Yeah.
So the lawsuits, you've already got a couple lawsuits. Blaming the artist for encouraging people to rush the stage, blah blah blah.
So when you say that, was it thing like, "Yo, come on"?
I think
or
so.
Something.
Yeah, evidently encourages people to.
Yeah. So this is the one.
Evidently, it was when Drake walked out.
Yeah,
it was at that point.
Was it? So
that's another one that's just awesome.
Yeah, this is like people.
The crowd surged forward when Drake came out.
Well, of course, my goodness, he's finna auto-tune us to death.
He's fixing to auto-tune us. Well,
technically,
poor choice.
You know what's funny, Greg? What's funny? See, that same mentality and feeling about it was what people thought when Jimi Hendrix got up there and started messing with the guitar. They were like, "What's he doing?
Yeah,
crazy."
A little more. It's the same thing. Not even close.
Well, a little more. That required.
Well, the people who were purists at the time thought it was a heresy what was going on with the
maybe we
lit
it on fire. We lit it on fire.
Yeah. Because when he was playing it, he was actually showing that he was more talented than anybody they'd seen play before. The auto-tune kind of goes in the other direction.
Yeah, he actually showed that I actually can do things other people can't do.
What I mean for is a preference. It's just new, and I'm not. Yeah. But the same people back then.
I get it. Like I said, I get the generation.
No,
I do. It's just funny today what little talent you can have to be famous.
Right. Well, and look at all this footage here. That's when they're trying to figure it all out.
Wow, all the ambulances.
Yeah, look. I mean, that's
it's a mess.
Well, and it's just
these big concerts. They just they're just a target for trouble. We've had shootings. We've had You remember all that went on at Las Vegas and
right.
50,000 squeezed in a place like that. A lot can happen.
Yeah,
it really can.
And like I said, this is not something new. I mean, this happened with the Who.
We dealt with this with concerts.
It seems like we would kind of learn that's going to happen when you do this kind of things and not repeat that.
I can remember, Rick, the Van Halen 1984, the whole Civic Center. There was no chairs; it was general admission. And I remember them. They had to keep pulling people out of the crowd. They weren't passed out yet, but they basically spent the whole time between bands rescuing people that were being mashed against the barrier.
Absolutely. Chief of Police here. He is speaking at a press conference after this this difficult situation. Go ahead.
Everybody in our city pray for these families, and we're gonna get through it, but we're gonna do an investigation and find out, because it's not fair to the producers, to anybody else involved, until we determine what happened, what caused the surge. We don't know, but we will find out. And is there anything criminal? We've heard rumors of people injecting some people of drugs.
Wow.
So I want to check all that out. We'll open up for questions.
No, that's crazy.
Yeah, and
that's what I was talking about earlier.
Wow.
Yeah,
I saw that.
That's strange.
That, and there's
and when he said it, the way I took it, that they were not asking for that to be done, that it was being done randomly,
just randomly sticking people. That's good.
Here, Travis Scott. You're going to hear about how do you stop something like this, and this will be in the lawsuits too. Here's footage of Travis Scott actually stopping a concert because someone tried to steal his shoes.
We can't use this audio because once the guy takes his shoes, Travis then yells to the crowd, blank him up.
Oh, okay.
Travis stops the show to get his shoe back, and I've been reading In 2017, in a New York City concert of Travis Scott, a man was actually paralyzed. So this is not something that Travis has learned his lesson.
And I think hadn't he paid? I mean, criminal charges had to pay people that had been injured. I think he in the past has.
Guys, I go back to this again. If you've watched it, and some of you that are younger, you can now watch it. Hulu just did one. I think somebody else did one. I don't think you're going to see any modern artists that cause more hysteria than the Beatles when they played. But we didn't have this. I mean, you see people, these people go crazy when they came out, but you didn't see this kind of stuff. Elvis, and maybe it went on and we just don't know about it. But it's, I'm trying to think of other, this is hysteria involving entertainers is not new.
No.
But people dying seems to be avoidable if things are handled the right way.
Adler, let's see if we can find some footage of that Who concert, too, just to look at the difference.
Oh, yeah. Well, that one was them trying to get in, wasn't it, from outside?
It looked more like the fence being broke down.
That's correct. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. So we covered the Astroworld story, and there'll be all sorts of lawsuits that come from that, and we'll try to update you. All right, so I don't have any idea. I mean, I'm looking like at this latest emailer that sent it to me. I've never really heard of these news sources, so I know everybody wants us to talk about this today. Start getting it over the weekend. It's funny even to talk about it, but I don't know that there's any reliable source on this other than the stuff y'all sent us over the weekend. And this is there's some story that everybody's talking about over the weekend, and everybody keeps saying, can't wait for y'all to talk about this on Monday's show and da-da-da-da-da-da. And it is that, one of Bubba's favorites in the royal family, Camilla, it says that there was some sort of meeting with the royals where Biden was there, and that the president met with Camilla and various other members of the royal family during a reception at an art gallery. And this is, I'm not, is all that accurate that there was some sort of summit there? The world leaders were there, and I don't know. I see them stand there. Something called COP26. Is that another climate conference?
That was the one last week.
All right. Well, then it's from that.
Because he was home in Delaware this weekend walking on the beach, where his approval rating has now plummeted yet again to 38%.
Look at that face. So I guess when he was at this summit meeting, now this story's coming out from there. There's a claim that while he was talking to Bubba, your favorite royal, Camilla, the wife of Prince Charles, that he broke wind right there standing next to her, and she was like, "Does everybody? What is this?"
And she told it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's the one out there discussing it. She can't stop talking about it.
Right. Yeah. So
who? Well, now
who,
Biden. Yeah. Biden's responded. He said the one that smelled at Delta.
So, but again, when I look at some of the sources on this,
the New York Post does have it. Daily Mail has it.
Okay. Because the ones I'm getting,
I was with you. I kind of thought this was something that we just ran with, but there are some credible sources out there that now have this story and seem to be running with it as well.
Right. So she's claiming, and if these stories are using her quote, and look, we've seen this again. This is a man that is clearly. I had, and Bubba, you had the same thing. And again, I don't know why this person would not tell the truth. This person has no history of being untruthful. Who works for the United States, or works for the people, in the government, said he only really functions about 3 hours a day because he can't do any more than that. And meaning that, and they're saying that the concerns we have for his grasp of his faculties is legit, and says that they get him to where he can function about 3 hours a day, and that's about it. But so she's basically saying that, hey, I'm sitting here talking to him, and he just starts letting one rip right here while we're talking.
Here's the actual. Let me give you the actual quote. Right. It was long and loud and impossible to ignore. Camilla hasn't stopped talking about it.
Did you? Long and loud. Sounds like it's one of those kind that builds, because you realize you need to let a little air off, and you realize, hey, this is being let off smoothly.
He's a little teapot.
Yes. So let me go ahead and get on it so I can get it all the way out there.
Yeah.
Let me and usually those build from a low rumble to a foghorn.
Yeah.
You know,
they can get away from it.
You know what I'm talking about?
What in the world?
And then they start out almost unassuming.
Yeah.
And then before you know it,
it's like a truck with really good mufflers on there starting out at a red light.
I tell you what it's like. It's almost like if breaking wind were a motorcycle jumping a ramp.
Yeah.
You feel it kind of getting started, then here it comes to the rain. And so
So much for this conference reducing emissions.
Right. Speaking of greenhouse emissions,
that's funny.
If we're concerned about livestock breaking wind, are we concerned about people breaking?
Yeah, well,
sure.
It's there.
Or did the president get on the Jake break? I mean, what happened?
Do you think that he in his in the state he's in probably doesn't hear real well? Do you think he thought he was slipping it out and he didn't realize the volume? Because the way she's talking about it, Helmsy, tell me if I'm wrong, is like she's like, we all hear that. What do you think we don't hear it?
Impossible to ignore.
Right. Yeah. So
was the
But
quote.
he just stayed there. He didn't do things like, hey, excuse me. Yeah. I mean, he stays there with his regular face on like it's not happening. So I don't know if there's any validity to the story, but apparently people are saying she's out saying this.
Yeah.
And
she's going to have to produce some footage.
I know. Let me tell you something. If one Chris Eddie Van Adler were to run in here excited saying I found it, and all of a sudden we see him talking to Camilla, and also off in the background we hear, golly. I mean, my week would be made right out of the gate. So
I'm sorry, Rick. I'm so sorry.
It's all right.
I love this ad too in the story. This is not the first time that Biden has faced claims that he broke wind.
Yeah, well, guys, it
says that.
It says it in the story.
So he's known for it,
evidently.
Well, Greg, have you been around Dad?
That's just.
I mean, men. First of all, to get men to care about breaking wind at any age is difficult.
Right.
But once they get to this age and start losing control of their faculties a little bit, they really don't care.
Yeah.
I mean, if you got one, push it through. I want you to don't you? I would love to be in the position where you would be a person who talked to the president of the United States of America, and you could get back to your group and say, "You ain't gonna believe this." Did y'all see that picture of me talking to Biden? Yeah. Guess what was happening in that picture? What? He was he tried to do a cheek sneak and it got away from him.
Jack the Ripper.
And he acted like we couldn't hear it. It was so loud we all could hear it. We could absolutely hear it. So,
oh goodness.
So I don't know. I'm not surprised at the story. It wouldn't surprise me if it was true.
No.
And it also wouldn't surprise me if somebody's got something going. But the way my email went over the weekend, okay, well, there it is. We talked about it.
You know, Betty's been watching some series, some documentary about Princess Di and all that
I'm
stuff.
sorry,
What a mess.
And there's some Broadway play now where somebody some musical
absolutely
where Princess Di gets out and sings.
Oh yeah,
somebody acting like her. I mean,
we saw it on the TV the other day.
Right,
they were on the Today Show or something out there doing their thing.
Right.
Yeah, how about the rolls? That's good.
Yeah, right there. There's the lead of the free world.
Yeah. 38%. 38%
approval rating. But you know what? Approval rating.
How hard it is. You know how hard it is for a Democrat to get that low. I mean, I need to look up the numbers on Jimmy Carter. He may have dive bombed Jimmy Carter now. I don't know. That'd be pretty hard.
Well, I know. I mean, and plus, I don't know whether that's something that would help you or and make you even more angry. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, a brand new hour, speedy vacationing. But we've got, Willamette starts back again this week. And we're getting, believe it or not, ever closer to wrapping up our 27th year. Our 28th birthday comes up in January. But Helmsy, the real Greg Burgess, and Adler all here. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
There he is.
There it is.
There he is.
There's old Rick and Bubba. So,
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
So, Bubba, college football this past weekend, I was kind of, I'm literally finding out scores, looking over the paperwork for today. I saw maybe a bit and piece of a game here and there. Didn't see a whole lot, but there are some stories. I think the one that you guys just told me in the break that may be the most glaring from the weekend is Florida's performance against a struggling South Carolina. Of course, South Carolina's got a new coach and a new beginning, but
they're not real good.
They're not real good
at the moment.
And for Florida to be beat, did you guys say 40-17?
Yeah, they got hammered.
In my opinion, that may be the end of the Mullen era.
They'll probably give them a little more time. I'm sure they're not happy with it.
That hurt.
Well, it feels like, and we've all seen this happen, you have a team that is underperforming based on what is expected of said team. If you're one of those teams like a Florida, people expect you to be competing for the national championship.
Yeah, especially if they played Bama down to the wire.
Right.
Everybody like, oh, okay.
And the team is faltering. It is not improving. It is not getting better. It is getting worse. And then all of a sudden there's that loss that everybody goes, that's it. and that one feels like
and not just a loss, an ugly loss. I mean, God, I didn't see the game, but they just got beat bad.
We've all heard this term, and it is an accurate term. He's lost the team.
That's what it sounds like.
So he's 33-14 at Florida.
It would not surprise me if that loss right there isn't the end.
Who is on more of a hot seat, Dan Mullins or our friend at Nebraska? 3-7 right now.
Well, I don't know
Scott Frost.
Scott.
They've been more competitive. I know. I'm just saying, him being a Nebraska guy may give him a little time because they've put some of these and took some of these high-ranked teams to the wire, but they just can't quite pull it off.
All right, it looks like
him being a Nebraska guy, maybe give him a little time.
Well, Dan Mullen, I think, is on a bigger hot seat than even Scotty Frost. But Danny Mullen is doing what the coach always does. It looks like he's making staff changes.
You got to do that.
That was going to happen even if they hadn't lost it. Well, the defense coordinator, he's gone.
Yeah, well, that's the head coach trying to say it's not me.
Yeah, and that'll get me another year.
That may get me another year unless – I'm telling you, this is one of those kind of losses, though.
This one they didn't see coming.
This is one of those losses where the people who are the big money people, they're having their meeting. There's pressure.
Suddenly the fans quit coming to the games.
Yeah, this is now he's trying to do – they let me fire some staff and y'all give me some more time.
Yeah.
But I don't know. So I think his situation may be worse than, like Greg said, only because Frost is a Nebraska guy. But Nebraska, I don't know.
He's been there longer, see.
I don't know. I don't know what to do. Right. I don't know. I don't know how long he's been
Seems
there.
like he has.
2018 is when he started.
When did Mullen start at Florida?
No, that's when Mullen started at Florida in 2018.
Yeah. So, I mean, what do you try to throw the problem you have is when you start making excuses and you look around and the people in your conference that are doing well have played in the same conditions you have.
Yeah.
The pandemic didn't just affect Florida.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
they both started.
And they won
the
the East
time,
last year, right? They won the East.
I think so.
Yeah, and
it's.
I'm talking about Florida.
Yeah, I think I
won it a few times with him.
But you know what gets the people stirred up is when they think the program is not heading in a direction. It's on the
I hear on the shows, you hear people are complaining saying they're not getting the recruits they used to get.
Right.
That's hurting them.
Well, Florida State's not getting them. So who's getting? Miami's not getting them.
Who's in
the state of Florida?
Georgia?
It doesn't matter. I mean,
it doesn't.
Yeah, what state?
Well, you have so many colleges in Florida now. I mean, South Florida and all that. I mean, they'll go to them.
Central Florida International.
Yeah,
South Florida.
Apparently, they're all going to Florida and Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm sorry, Georgia and Alabama. Georgia is and Alabama. It's like I said, it's almost like college football right now at the highest level only has two teams, and it's Georgia and Alabama.
So
and Alabama got took to the wire.
I know, and Georgia looks better than Alabama right now.
Michigan State lost this weekend, right?
Correct.
So that's
They
going
got
to
beat
probably
Purdue, the old Boilermakers.
that's going to put Ohio State back in the top four.
Yep, of course.
So that's beginning to look kind of familiar.
Well,
We're just missing Clemson.
Hey,
They're
Cincinnati
Cincinnati
nearly lost.
Yeah.
They just squeaked by Tulsa, so they may be kicked out of this thing too, just based off that performance.
You mean the Golden Hurricanes?
When I heard,
Cyclones,
when I watched,
Cyclones or Hurricanes?
when I look, I understand
Maybe
I understand the fatigue. I understand the fatigue.
Yeah.
But it's just silly when I watched these people trying to elevate Cincinnati.
I know.
Cincinnati's a good team, and they're doing well for where they belong in the college world. But this notion that they could go play against the current Georgia, it's just silly. I mean,
think about this: if you start the playoffs, they're going to play either Alabama or Georgia,
right?
And it's
and they can, like,
and they have a
last year-
really good football team.
They
They
do,
really do.
but they're
Of
not
course,
it's not.
yeah.
It's not.
But
That's taking nothing away from them, but it's almost like not fair to them to put them in the fake world in which we now live.
I know.
You know, they can't play with Georgia.
College football playoff teams do not squeak by Tulsa.
No,
they just
That's a
don't.
good point.
Yeah. So
If you're going to be like the
Nothing against
Central
Tulsa.
you
Florida,
get the Golden Hurricanes.
You just don't squeak by them. I
Yeah,
mean, that's not.
if you're going to be
championship
the
material.
Cincinnati's or
I
them,
love their-
you're going to have to drill everybody every week.
Yeah.
This on that level.
I love their mascot. I mean, when you add two things together, you're not just a hurricane; you're a golden hurricane.
right, isn't that what Trump got in trouble for?
No, it was something
really?
else.
But anyway, well, it turned out not to be true.
It
all
did,
made
but
up.
it was
all made
It
up.
was definitely in there.
People going to jail over it.
Right. So there's that from the weekend. LSU. I mean, I didn't see the game, but I saw the score, 2014.
LSU played very well. I mean, there
Led
wasn't anything
most of the
fluky
first
about
half.
it.
Chance
Yeah.
to win it at the end.
Yeah.
With Alabama. So
a strange feel to it.
Right during the fourth quarter, LSU was in Alabama territory 3 times, got no points.
Yeah.
That's right.
I thought the first time they
Defense
went
stood
for it was a bad decision because you kick a field goal, then you get down there again, you kick in a field goal to tie the game. But the riverboat gambler went for it.
And that one pass in the end
Well,
zone
he
was
doesn't have
just
anything
a
to
little
lose
bit high.
at this point.
You know what?
Yeah.
That one pass in the end zone
Yeah.
was just barely high. That could have been the game winner.
But they just didn't execute well down the stretch when they needed it. Alabama's defense rose to the occasion
and they've got
pulled
some
it off.
players.
But it was a surprisingly close game.
So that was kind of a surprise. Just kind of personal here. You've heard us talk about over the years all of our connections to Jacksonville State University. So it looks like that Jacksonville State did accept the invitation to Conference USA, and Coach Gross, their head coach, has resigned.
Yes, that's what we understand.
Yeah, so that's.
I'm a John Gross fan. I think he's done a
Oh
good job.
yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
And
Good guy.
So, but he, this is that deal where there's a change being made, moving up a division, and I don't pretend to know the conversations, but it feels like you're being talked to by the people about whether you're the person for the new idea and the new plan, and it looks like based on their conversations,
Seen that before.
he resigned. Yeah, we have seen that before.
You guys were mentioning because we just talked about it briefly. I think it was off the air even, or maybe on there. I don't remember. Last week is. Obviously, it's going to be a lot more expensive to play at Division I.
Yep.
Part of the reason going to the ASUN was the travel issue. Well, now you're bringing in New Mexico State and a lot of other things.
Right.
So, will there be a bigger payout from Conference USA? Are they tied into the playoff system or something? Do they get money out of that, or how's that work?
I'm sure that they
There
have
is
a TV
more money.
deal or something.
Yeah.
I don't know what one.
There's more money for sure, and I don't know about the playoff system.
But it's also going to cost more money to play.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's now
Go Gamecocks.
I wouldn't be a person who cares about winning national championships, because
you pretty much done
win
with
your
that.
conference and get a bowl.
That's as a Burgess, I didn't want this to be, but apparently Dad will be the only coach to win a football national championship now, because
it's going to be tough to win.
I think it's locked him in.
Yeah, I don't see. And look, it's just personal preference. They do what they think's best for the university. Just as a fan, personal preference is I want to play for a national championship. And I liked Division II, and I liked 1AA, being able to get into a playoff and be the best team in your conference and be in the mix to win national championships. The playoffs are fun and exciting, and
Yeah, 1AA, they take 25 teams and put them in.
They have a playoff.
They have a playoff.
So now I guess your goal will be let's try to win our conference. I mean,
and go to a bowl.
And go to a bowl game.
Will the people make more money playing other Division I schools?
Yeah,
are they more apt to play them than they would at 1AA or
yeah, probably. Yeah,
whatever
you
they
get
call
probably more of the bigger payday games like
FCS level?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't look as bad if you lose to a Division I as opposed to an FCS, right?
Exactly.
All right, we'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All lines available to chat with you as the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number.
Day without 'em, brother.
All right, so finishing up college football talk a little bit, and then we'll get to some of your phone calls at the bottom of the hour. Or here, we'll get to them now if we have time. So I'm following this one involving Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss Athletics. The director apologizing to Hugh Freeze for what they're calling classless tweets. By the way, the Liberty battled Ole Miss. Ole Miss wins 27-14, and it was the first time that Hugh Freeze had been back to Oxford.
Yeah, I was wondering how that would go.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Was it on Fridays off the air?
They did an interview with him at College Game Day because it was an early kick, and so they were able to interview him live. And he was you could tell he was emotional about it, and he talked about how up to that point, and they hadn't started the game yet, that everything had been wonderful.
Yeah. So what happened?
Handled it with class.
Because
I don't know with the tweets.
I see him saying, like you said, thought the reception was great. It was very kind, it said the athletic director said the tweets were unfortunate, not who we are. When I found out about them, they were immediately taken down. I've spoken with the athletic director there.
So this was from their account?
To apologize. And here's what's weird. So Kiffin said to ESPN that he didn't know about the tweets until after his post-game press conference. And this is what he said. He says, I have no affiliation with Ole Miss football's Twitter site, even though that may sound strange. Of course, I wouldn't let him have it either. I think that's probably wise. And he said, I learned about the tweets, as I said. He said, I'm completely embarrassed that anyone would put something out there like that, making it look like it was part of Ole Miss football. It was extremely disrespectful, Bush League, and classless, and I apologize, but I want you to know I had nothing to do with it.
Now, that's Kiffin saying that, right?
Yeah, correct.
Usually he's getting it said about him.
I know.
Yeah. Rick, let me be sure I got this. The guy they took the Twitter away from Ole Miss football Twitter, took it away so Kiffin couldn't get them in trouble.
Yes.
Has got him in trouble.
Has got him in trouble.
Okay, I just want to be sure I got that.
You are correct.
Okay.
It doesn't really tell us what they said. It says
what were they? I don't even know what they were.
It says one of the deleted tweets mocked a 2013 tweet by Freeze regarding NCAA compliance. Another showed a photo of Freeze coaching a Liberty football game against Syracuse from the hospital bed. So I don't know. It doesn't say what they actually said. But
I didn't know there was Twitter controversy.
Yeah, so
choked up thinking about
Here's
it.
one of them.
Okay.
Won the day. Okay.
Well,
that was
when
his.
They rolled him in the hospital bed that time. That was kind of odd. We all admitted that.
It was.
I think that was one of his sayings too.
Yeah.
Win the day kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so they threw that up there with him in the hospital bed.
Yeah,
So, why is that so bad?
Just unprofessional, I guess.
How about there's got to be more.
It's college football, y'all. What's professional about that?
Right. Yeah. Well, plus, if I was Ole Miss, I know Liberty is a good football team, but for Ole Miss to win 27-14 and Liberty have a chance to win the game at one point, I don't know that calls for trash talking against your former coach. He came in with a Liberty team and played you as an SEC team.
A really good one too.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
If I was going to trash talk, it wouldn't be after that.
No.
Yeah.
Here's on the left, you can see an original tweet and then the parody of it that Ole Miss did.
Okay. All right.
Like you were saying, they like kind of quoted one of his old tweets in their celebration in their new.
So we got a wise guy on the Twitter account.
It all just seems weird to me. It doesn't.
I thought it was really going to be something. Of all the things that you could have gone after Hugh Freeze for, this was mild, folks. He's laying in a hospital bed.
Yeah.
And talking about compliance.
Yeah.
I thought this was going to be like the Urban Meyer stuff that came out yesterday when they won. I'll just leave that alone.
Yeah.
There ain't no sense. I can't even describe it.
Right.
The comments he was getting yesterday, based off on the score that they won by.
Right.
Some of the tweets that were going out yesterday was amazing.
Yeah.
Like you couldn't believe it. Like really? So we're going that far with it?
Oh, wow. To the phones we go. Let's go to Parker. Parker, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey, fellas. How y'all doing today?
We're good. I hope you're okay.
Yes, sir. War Eagle and Holly Road.
Yeah. What's on your mind?
Hey, I wish that Coach Harsin would let Derek Mason come down from the box and be on the field with the players. That man is a personality and a half. He's Trooper Taylor reincarnated as a defensive coordinator, and he belongs down there hyping those guys up whenever they make big plays, not up there in the box.
Well, I understand the sideline thing, but boy, he can see a lot better up there.
I was going to say, does he even want to be on the sideline?
Yeah. I don't know if that may be his choice to be upstairs.
Yeah, watching how the game progressed on Saturday, the defense didn't seem to be the issue.
No.
Yeah. Now,
I really think you hold somebody to 20 points, you've done your job.
Oh, and the way they got to 20, like you said, it was 3 and 6 points.
Yeah.
There was
7 of that's not, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was a 10-point turnaround with a picked up fumble running it in about, I think I heard them when they were breaking down the highlights, that the game went from 6-3 to 17 or 3-3 to 17-3 in like very, very quick.
Yeah.
And of course the way how hard it was for either team to get points that day. Once it got on 17, that was kind of it.
Yeah.
To the phones we go. Let's go to Charles in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Charles, go ahead. Charles.
Hello.
Hey, Charles.
Okay. Well, Rick, he's.
Maybe his name ain't Charles. I might have misunderstood.
All right,
if you want to talk about magnets and vaccines,
all right, we'll come back to that. Let's find out what your name is, and your topic I think is worthy. But we're almost up against a break, so we'll come back to that. Jay in Chattanooga. Jay, go ahead.
Hey, man, good morning, first of all. Big Tennessee fan here and SEC guy, of course.
Yeah.
I hate to play devil's advocate, but let's jump in that football time machine and go way back to January 2021, where Georgia barely squeaked by Cincinnati in that bowl game, 24-21, and was behind in that game.
Two different teams. That's not the two current teams.
Hey, 10 months ago, buddy.
Yeah, two different teams.
Hey,
have you seen Georgia now compared to then?
I have, and I can't wait to see them this weekend. I'm telling you, their defense is unbelievably great, but their offense is going to stumble. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll stumble enough to lose to Cincinnati, but two different teams.
Yeah. I understand.
Yeah.
That's the thing with college football. You have returners, but it's two different, totally different teams, and usually different coaches every year now.
Yep. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big's the number. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our numbers. We come back. And another thing, too, to the Tennessee fan, and certainly not making excuses, and it is two different teams, but if you'll look back over the history, especially the SEC, they seem to be the worst at it. If one of the top-tier SEC teams gets beat in a big game that would have put them in the playoff, and their run for national championship is over and they get thrown into the bowl game, I can give you a history of dominant SEC team schools looking bad in a meaningless bowl game when they were running for a national championship and it fell apart. Then somebody said, "Hey, go ahead and play the Sugar. Go play the Sugar. Yeah, go play the Sugar Bowl anyway. We got some up-and-coming team that wants to be a Big Five." And then that team comes in. This is their national championship.
It's their Super Bowl.
Yeah, and then the SEC team is like, eh. But anyway, so but now let me tell you,
and a lot of their stars that are seniors will sit out because they're getting ready for the draft.
But let me tell the caller this. Let me tell you what is right, and I will give you 100% credit on this. You got to win it on the field, and on any given day, in most any situation, a team like Cincinnati on a one-game setup can beat anybody. But do I think they're better than the current Georgia? I do not. But that doesn't mean they couldn't beat them in a strange set of circumstances. Anyway, so we got a couple of things going on. First of all, I want to thank Donna Robinson, and we'll get back to phones. Donna is a listener of the program, and she was kind enough to come by and bring us some old pictures.
And, Rick, they are some dandies.
From Rick and Bubba history. Yep. And then just when you thought that was enough, she also included sausage balls, and I think it was like a pound cake.
Yeah.
So, Donna, thank you.
A lot of good eating in there.
Hey, Donna, thank you.
Yeah. And then sitting outside today, watching us outside, is Andrew Harper. He's here with his dad, David. And, Bubba, they've got Calhoun County connections. His dad is a pastor and is originally from Saxe, Alabama. How about that? Watching outside, and he lives in Rome now. But he's Andrew said.
Is that Sherman?
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. There's a tie-in with you here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So,
I used to run camera for him at Channel 40.
Okay.
A long time ago.
Andrew moved to Birmingham, and he said, I started going to Shades Mountain right when Rick left. Can't have nothing. And anyway, but he's involved in the men's ministry there now. Good. And then he said, my dad wants to know if Bubba possibly worked with my granddad, Sherman Harper, at WHMA in Anniston.
Yeah, well, I ran camera for his TV show for a period of time.
He said his granddad was the pastor at Saxe Baptist Church and would do a radio show there.
Oh, yeah. So he did radio and TV.
How about that? So welcome, guys. Thank you all for being here, watching outside the big window today. And it's a little chilly.
Flashback.
Little flashback. So a lot of Rick and Bubba history. Mm-hmm. Guys, we're just moving to a new studio. The show's not over. We're starting to get things like people think because we're changing studios, that's it. All right, so we're going to try the caller again. I had his name wrong, and that's why he wasn't talking. Okay. I'm really looking forward. I'm just going to sit here and look at your face as he talks.
Okay.
All right, Anonymous, go right ahead.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Long-time listener.
Thank you, buddy.
Remember listening to you guys back when y'all first got started back in the 90s.
We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
I'm only calling in because I'm a concerned citizen. I'm actually an electrical engineer of about 25 years. What I've observed at a local business in Madison, I have 4 very dear friends. One, I have witnessed a magnet stick to her injection site, not stick to other parts of her arm, and I'm talking a very large, heavy magnet. I've also been told by them they've got 4 of these individuals that have had patrons from their business willingly participate in their was like a parlor trick, and that number crept up to 35 people. Essentially, what they didn't know is that what they have is a scientific study that shows that there's something in the vaccine that's electromagnetic. Now, I'm concerned. I want to put this out there. I think the medical community could easily study this. To me, for there to be something like that in a vaccine is highly alarming. As an electrical engineer, the things that a metallic ferrous object could do to the body, whatever it might be, speculate. I don't know. There's a lot of information out there.
Anonymous.
For a fact, I will stand my ground that there is a metallic ferrous object that is not disclosed in these vaccines.
Okay, well, I'm not I'm not objecting. I haven't really studied that part of it. But what is it exactly? You think there's metal fragments in it, or what are you saying?
Well,
you're an electrical engineer. You know you got if you're doing that, you've got to have a magnetic.
Can I ask one more
there.
thing before you answer that? Because I want to know this. Then answer Bubba's question. Where have there been 35 people? Where is this going on? Where they're putting it on people and it's sticking?
It is a local business.
What kind of business?
Well, what kind?
I don't really want to draw
what industry
to the owner.
What industry? What about what industry? Because we don't know. We don't even know where you're calling from.
Right. It's irrelevant, but it's actually at a barber shop, and I have heard this over 2 months, and that number has crept up.
Okay.
So wait a minute. So you're conducting scientific experiments with a magnet at a barber shop.
They have done this on their own. Yeah, one of them worked at one of the medical clinics in town.
My money was on welding shop, but I missed that one. I missed it. I never would have guessed.
Now back to Bubba's question. What kind of metal?
What is it? What do you think it is?
Well, I don't know, but there's a lot of people that say that graphene oxide, which is a highly ferrous material, nanoparticle, is in the vaccine. And it's been studied for years. They've been trying to figure out how to apply it to medical application. And there's a lot of suspicion that material, due to the cooling, is not observed to be magnetic, because you guys remember how they had to roll out the freezers for these vaccines. But as it's injected to your body, you have a very large concentration that warms in that injection site. So in that 2-week period in which you have that vaccine fresh in your body, a lot of people are observing magnetic properties at the injection site only.
Okay, so
I did see Greg stuck to the refrigerator.
Let me walk this out a little bit. Why are they in there? And you said they've been trying to get these in shots for years. Did I understand that right?
I think there's a medical purpose. I think that the people that invented the vaccine truly believe that it helps deliver the RNA.
So you're saying it's part of the shot, and it has legitimate use in it.
I believe that there's a reason that they've included it, but a lot of these studies suggest that there's a 99% concentration of this, which is a very dangerous material. If you were told and consented to it, it would be one thing. And the problem with this is that, in my mind, this is settled. It's settled, and I have a hard time explaining to anyone that will want to believe me, because there's so much out there on the internet that's fake.
Right. And
it is.
And 35 people.
And there's so much. Yeah, there's so much silly stuff out there. It's hard to filter through. Well,
I saw one the other day. They said stuff was sticking to people's arms at a barbershop.
Right. And but I mean, you realize when you say that a lot of vaccines have a part of aluminum in them. Right. Our underarm deodorant has aluminum in it, and it gets in your blood system.
Not yours, because you use secret.
Right. You're familiar with that, right?
Well, I would be happy with the medical industry. Actually, what you're line of going down, if the medical community could get into this and look into it and explain it, I think it would sure help a lot of people. So it greatly concerns me.
I want to be sure I'm trying to follow it. Are you saying you don't think this is something sinister? You think it is just part of what they were trying to accomplish?
And they not needed or has dangerous side effects? Is that what you're saying?
I think it absolutely could result in what we're hearing, a lot of the myocarditis and blood clotting. 100% could be the
or that could be blood cells with spikes growing on them. Either one.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I mean, look, anonymous.
We got to play all the possibilities here.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
It is, and and you know what? I don't know that anything would surprise me these days. I'm honest. Right. So I appreciate you.
We've tried. Let me ask you one more question. Do you know which vaccine that they were having this from?
I don't know if they recorded which one. They said some people it stuck, some it didn't. And I actually witnessed one gentleman. He'd been 3 weeks, and he still had a dark as a black widow beating spot on his arm, and that magnet did not stick. But it had been 3 weeks. I mean, I believe your body absorbs the material over that period. So I would suspect, from the day of injection to Probably a week or so after, you're probably going to have a magnet. If you have a strong magnet, it's probably going to stick.
I think, and again, I'm not an expert. I may be speaking totally out of school, but if I remember some of the reading on some of these vaccines, they do have some of them have an aluminum molecule in them that they bond the virus to, and the aluminum causes your body to pay attention to it. So I'm not too sure that some of that on a small level hasn't been used many, many times before, but I don't know. Okay, let me underline, don't know.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number.
Seemed like an MRI machine to take care of it, though, wouldn't it? Pull that right out.
Right. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. MyPillow.com/Bubba. So you got to start thinking right now, gift ideas. I mean, you got to start thinking about that now. As we are working our way into November, wide open. I mean, can you believe that we're already at November 8th? So anyway, MyPillow.com/Bubba. This is a brand new link that we put together. It's going to take you right to where you need to be for the Rick and Bubba savings to begin. They just added bathrobes, sleepwear, and quilts to their ever-growing product line. They got great colors and styles, too, and they're made from 100% U.S. upland cotton. Go to MyPillow.com/Bubba. That'll save you 30%. It'll also get you MyPillow slippers in whatever size, style, or color. Bubba and I love these. 50% off. I did say 50% off. That's speedy kind of savings. Also, $40 off on the classic MyPillow right now. You get it for $29.98. Go to MyPillow.com/Bubba. That's MyPillow.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, we have a question before we get back to phones. Why is Spider-Man in the Ole Miss marching band? Ole Miss in the news a lot today. Why is Spider-Man marching with the Ole Miss marching band? Does anybody look? There's Spider-Man doing all kinds of. Are they playing the Spider-Man theme or something? Is he not supposed to be out there?
It looks like there's other superheroes maybe in the.
Are there? What's the green?
What is that right there?
Is that a villain? Is that the Green Goblin? Is that a villain, or is that somebody wanting Spider-Man to get off the field? He doesn't seem to know really what to do. And here comes another one.
Look, there's just Spider-Man everywhere.
Is that
that's something
Is that another hero? I'm guessing that they're playing maybe some kind of Marvel theme song or something.
Maybe so.
Maybe
some of you.
But it feels like it's
Ole
awkward.
Miss Rebels can let us know what that's all about.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like. What is that?
Like a Wonder Woman went by?
No, I think that was your straight up ballerina going by.
Was it?
I don't know. Can anybody help me with that? I mean, is it
They don't seem to be trying to hurt him off the field.
Now, there's no doubt that one seems to be another superhero or a villain, but the way they're acting inside the band I don't understand why they are there. And
it's very awkward.
Yeah, and now there goes something, the green something.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some logical explanation.
Ole Miss fans, can y'all help us with this?
Out.
Is this another dig at Hugh Freeze? What is this? Let's go to the phones.
Rick, just real quick, a couple of things here.
Bubba, don't.
I know you know this, but magnets are not attracted to aluminum. Magnets are magnets will only be attracted to ferrous metals that contain iron.
Here we go.
So they will not attach to aluminum, stainless steel, nickel, copper. Yes, you're correct, Patrick.
Which may explain why What's Eating Scott Gorosky, which, by the way, makes its return this week. Scott Gorosky says, I have metal all over me. He's basically been rebuilt. Right. He's a metal man.
Right.
And says nothing sticks to me.
This one says, Bubba, no indication graphene oxide is in any of the COVID vaccines. However, he or she was correct about medical applications having researched its use. This may be coming from an Anon site. I don't know.
Let's go to Nick in Chattanooga. Nick, welcome to the program. Go ahead. Nick, Chattanooga.
How about Dora, Alabama?
Doesn't say that, but I'll take it. Go ahead, Dora.
That's the reason why I saw it.
Understood.
Good morning and early Merry Christmas. Yes, in late July, early August, I forget exactly the time, but my wife had the Moderna shot, and that was the same week I was hearing so much talk about the magnet, so of course I had to almost hold her down to do the test, but I stuck it on there, took a little nickel size off of the fridge, and it stuck. 3 weeks later, I had the shot, and it did not stick to me. Have no reason why, but true story. Just wanted to share it with you.
Well, there you go.
Well, the people that I know that got vaccinated that I had access to, I tried this with a rare earth magnet, and I got no stick on anybody.
Alicia in Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Alicia,
just
go
for
ahead.
The record.
Hey, Bubba, what kind of engineer did that fella say he was? He was claiming he had researched the
Said he was an electrical
stuff.
engineer.
Electrical engineer.
Yeah, you really are putting me behind on my schedule because I'm a brain surgeon fixing to scrub up if he's an electrical engineer.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Well, here's what I'm going to say, and I want y'all to hear me loud and clear, okay? I am rubber, you are glue. Whatever you say to me bounces off me and sticks to you.
There you go.
Okay?
Said. Done. Drop the hammer.
Let's go to Bruce in Alabama. Bruce, go ahead.
Hello.
Hey, Bruce, go ahead.
Yes, sir. How y'all doing this morning? I got a question. Have y'all heard why Coach Grass is stepping down at JSU?
Of course, that'd be Gross.
Coach Gross.
In his defense, it is spelled
But
grass.
it is spelled grass. I agree.
Never
with you.
understood that.
I haven't either. We've talked about it before. We do not know. You'd have to talk with him. We can speculate. I tend to think it's the move to Conference USA and Division I. He probably, going through this, as growing up a coach's son, probably was looking for those who make these decisions to show some confidence that he would be the coach to take them to the next step up, and maybe didn't get the confidence he was hoping for, and resigned. So, but that's total speculation on my part. He'd have to speak for himself. Let's go to Patrick in Hartselle. Patrick, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Doing great, man. Hope you're okay.
Yeah, you were talking about Sachs Baptist Church. I grew up in that church right after Sherman died and Brother Daniel took over.
How about that? Small world.
All them Harpers are good people. But you were talking about football. I think that Georgia's defense is good enough to carry their offense through whatever.
Well,
pretty solid.
Yeah, if you have a defense like that, we've seen this throughout football history at every level, by the way. If your defense is that athletic and that good, your offense just needs to be good enough. And with the running game alone, I think Georgia's offense is good enough.
I don't know the real official number, but I saw a stat last week where they were giving up like averaging 4 points a game and scoring 6 points. So if the defense alone can win the game for you, that makes it pretty easy on the offense.
Somewhere Trent Dilfer is going, trust me, it can happen.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know that I've ever seen a glaring example more pure than that one.
Right. The Ravens.
Yeah, the Ravens. They gave Trent Dilfer a Super Bowl ring. And all he had to do is just don't mess up.
Just hand off, man.
Yeah. And he did that, to his credit.
Yep.
Jacob in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Jacob, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. I just want to say real quick, there are metals in all vaccines because they're designed to enhance and inhibit certain types of reactions so your body learns the viral load you're getting properly and just doesn't immediately break it down and doesn't give you anything. Still not a fan of this vaccine, but the heavy metal thing is not actually surprising.
They just said, and this may not be true, that they just had a magnet stick to Aaron Rodgers. So I don't know. Boy, that's turned nasty, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
And we've got Terry Bradshaw going to weigh in on it. So we got that coming up too. More of your phone calls, some more recaps from the weekend coming up as well. The stories of the day, we'll wind through it. Get all the details you could possibly ever want to know by going to that website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. We'll do a top of the hour break. Lord willing, for some of you and most of you, the Rick and Bubba show will continue. If not, find other ways to get all the show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, you've heard us talking about on the show, even again today, inflation is running hot and right at the highs of the last couple of decades. So we're starting to get record-breaking inflation right now. It's as bad as it's ever been now, and it may get worse. Now we see what? We went away for the weekend, another massive spending plan. There it goes. We just stopped thinking about stopping another pipeline. So if you think money grows on trees, like our government apparently does, well, then just keep living in ignorance. But if you know that's not the case, and you're wondering about the impact of all this, you need to protect your savings now. Diversify your savings into physical gold and silver with Birch Gold Group. Now, Birch Gold Group is the company that we recommend for precious metals. They have an A+ rating With the Better Business Bureau, they have countless 5-star reviews and thousands of satisfied customers, and they can help you protect your hard-earned savings. You want to protect it. Right now, thanks to a little-known section of the IRS tax code, you can legally move your IRA or 401k into precious metals. You may not have known that. There's no tax implication or penalties. Get started on protecting your savings with gold in a tax-sheltered account, and you can request a free info kit from Birch Gold by simply texting our names, Rick Bubba, put it all together, Rick Bubba, to 989-898. That's Rick Bubba to 989-898, and they're going to send you a 20-page kit, and it's going to show you how gold and silver can protect your savings and how you can move that IRA or 401k out of volatile stocks and bonds into precious metals, and it'll be a precious metals IRA. So there's zero cost, zero obligation if you request this info. So go ahead and do it. Text Rick Bubba, put it all together, to 989-898.
Misplaced, and I'm gonna tell ya, don't hate me 'cause I get attention.
7 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE BIG is the number. Speedy out. We got Helmsley, the real Greg Burgess, and Adler. They're all here today. As we roll through another day, another hour, and another week. So we'll meet back and play again. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There he is. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
All right, so let's talk a little bit of NFL. Aaron Rodgers. Now, remember, the fake world that we live in. You're now going to see, and I'm going to say something that may surprise everyone. The fact that Aaron Rodgers was dishonest, and if he did not want to be forced to take the vaccine, which I understand that, I got no problem with that. But then he should have followed the protocol of his employer that says if you don't want to take it and we won't force it, but you got to do these things, okay? As opposed to pretending that you took it and then not going to any protocol. Now, do I think that he's going to be put in the category of a murderer? I don't, but I do understand the dishonesty and the deception, how that is upsetting people, no matter how you feel about the vaccine and mandates. And we don't think mandates are right. But there's a way to handle it. But now let me let you know, in the fake world we're living in, most of the people with microphones are out to vaccine all of us. and for anybody to not be for the vaccine, they now must be deemed the most evil person on the planet. Mm-hmm. And I've even seen some of them say, hey, now look, the Packers didn't lose because Aaron Rodgers didn't play. Yeah, they probably did. Okay. Yeah, they probably did.
Yeah.
It's not Jordan Love. Hey, Jordan Love didn't have anything to do with this loss. Yeah, probably did. And I'm not saying that Jordan Love won't be a great quarterback going forward. I'm just saying that this is his first start. He's got a lot to learn. Helmsy told me, my goodness, he can't even get his family good seats at Arrowhead Stadium.
I'm serious when I say they were at the top row of Arrowheads. I realize it was a Kansas City home game, okay? Right. But if you're the starting quarterback for the Packers, you would think you would have better tickets than the top row at Arrowhead Stadium.
I guarantee you Aaron Rodgers' crew is not sitting at the top row at Arrowhead Stadium.
They highlighted it yesterday, and it was
Aaron
just a
Rodgers'
sad
family
scene.
need tickets? He doesn't speak to them.
Probably not. But whoever his current girlfriend is, I bet she's got a better seat than that. So, look, there's Jordan Love's family. I mean, they're at the very top.
Yeah.
Well, at least they got something to lean back on.
Yeah, all right. So now let me tell you, for those of you out there that are fans of the NFL, and like I say, I haven't watched the NFL game since the Super Bowl, and probably won't watch one until the Super Bowl. But let me, if you wanted to watch football and get away from all this garbage, now you can be mad at Aaron Rodgers because, according to Helmsy, now all the commentators, we're not doing X's and O's. We all have to weigh in on Aaron Rodgers from a political and from a moral standpoint involving the vaccine.
CBS, Fox, ESPN, all of them did it yesterday. They spent way too much time politicizing Aaron Rodgers, vaccine, not vaccinated, mandates. It was ridiculous. Talk X's and O's. Give me some football. I don't care about that on a Sunday afternoon.
Are NFL players under a mandate to be vaccinated?
No, but if you don't vaccinate, they try to make you so miserable you'll do it anyway.
Well, if he's not under a mandate and he didn't do it, then what does everybody
I think
care?
it's.
I can explain that because he pretended
he lied about
that he had it, so he didn't have to do the other stuff.
Yeah,
that's what everybody's mad about. So if he didn't want to be vaccinated, he didn't have to, but you have to do testing. You have to wear masks in certain areas, and he went around as a vaccinated person when he wasn't, and he was given the freedom. To that he was supposed to only get if you come there and
you have to wear your mask and take a test like every 3 days.
What gave him up? How did they figure this out?
He caught COVID.
I know, but I mean, he could have still continued the lie. Guys, I had a vaccine. I just caught it. I mean,
somebody came out. They said somebody out.
That's what it was.
Yeah. So is this Terry Bradshaw here? All right. I know we're all concerned what Terry Bradshaw thinks about the vaccine.
How's his TV show going?
So
I think him and Lee Corso need to get together.
Okay. By the way, I heard that too.
I like Terry.
All right, let's go, Terry.
I'd give Aaron Rodgers some advice. It would have been nice if he'd have just come to the Naval Academy and learned how to be honest.
Yeah.
Learn not to lie, because that's what you did, Aaron. You lied to everyone. I understand immunized. What you were doing was taking stuff that would keep you from getting COVID-19. You got COVID-19. Ivermectin is a cattle dewormer. Sorry, folks, that's what it is.
No, it's not.
We are a divided nation politically. We're a divided nation on the COVID-19, whether or not to take the vaccine. And unfortunately, we've got players that pretty much think only about themselves, and I'm extremely disappointed in the actions of Aaron Rodgers.
How about I'm very disappointed in Terry Bradshaw for sitting there calling that a dewormer?
Yeah,
horse dewormer. What are you doing? You talking about irresponsible?
We've already shot that down. It won the Nobel Prize, the human prescription.
It wasn't the Nobel Prize for cattle.
No,
it was human.
It was for humans.
And guess what? The antibiotics we take is also given to cattle.
Right.
So,
yeah.
And Terry had
that argument doesn't even make sense.
Well, and he had a really good
point
point about Aaron Rodgers. Just be honest, Aaron.
And then he had to
stop there, Terry.
He had to go too far.
Yeah.
What he should have said, you're right. He should. Let me say this. People have their own opinions about the vaccine, and people have their own opinions about mandates. In the NFL, which is the employer of Aaron Rodgers, he had two choices. He could get the vaccine, and that means he would live this way. Now, we may not like that, but that's what they do. Or he could not take the vaccine, and then he has to follow the protocol. What he tried to do is to have it both ways and pretend to be vaccinated when he wasn't.
Yeah.
And that was dishonest. Okay. I mean, that is something that you can say that's not the way you handle things. If he didn't want to have a vaccine mandated on him, he should have said that. But what he tried to do and maybe he had a sense that, and he may get through this with no trouble, and I don't know if he's having any health issues or not. But the problem with Aaron Rodgers is that he was dishonest about it.
Yeah.
And that's all Terry had to say.
Yeah, and that's a legitimate argument.
Yeah, he didn't need to lecture us about how he feels about ivermectin or, or that you're a bad human being if you don't get vaccinated and that. The hilarity of the unvaccinated, the way they're treated by the vaccinated is, and it's just so simple, it's been said 1,000 times. If the vaccine is the end all, then, and you've got it and you're fully vaccinated, what is your terror of the unvaccinated?
Yeah.
It's almost like the argument makes the point.
Yeah, because number one,
why were they at the Naval Academy? What was the
I'm not sure.
deal with that?
And that was nice of him to play off that. And
it
was really good up until that moment. And not to beat him up, it was going on all networks yesterday.
Well,
with all individuals that had a say in it.
Yeah,
they kept bringing it up.
I feel bad for the people that say for them, professional sports, and I certainly understand it. It's been for me at times too, an escape. To say, man, I just would like to sit down. Mm-hmm. I'm so tired of listening to all this, and I just want to relax, take a moment, and then I might be doing this so I can get refreshed to get back in the battle of debating these things or whatever. But when it gets where you look around and go, is there no escape for me to get away from this for a few minutes? I think that's got to be frustrating. And this is one of those deals where professional sports doesn't know how to shut their hole and know their role. You're entertainment. That's what you are.
Now, I'll say this, speaking of entertainment, Saturday Night Live had some fun with this, and I got to tell you, it was really good.
Really?
Whoever they have playing Judge Janine on Fox is excellent. She's got her. So you had her interviewing whoever was playing Aaron Rodgers, which was also really good. It was funny.
Yeah.
See, I'll give them credit because they're trying to entertaining.
If you want to have fun with it, sure. All right, we'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today.
I thought Speedy was back with that dead music. I didn't know what that
I thought
was.
I was at Astroworld. All right, so making our way back. Bubba, looking back over the weekend, had a lot of fun over the weekend, and was made my way to beautiful High Point, North Carolina. Bubba, do you know what High Point, North Carolina is known for?
I would say being high in the air.
No, that's
just going on the name.
That's actually Colorado. That's actually Colorado.
Yes.
Does anybody know what High Point, North Carolina
they
is
have
known
to have
for?
high points in North Carolina.
Greg, you should know this.
I know.
This
There's
is,
something
don't
I
you
know.
can't Google it.
I'm not.
Okay.
Doggone it. I feel
Furniture.
Okay.
This is where they have that huge furniture market. Matter of fact, if you go downtown, there's these gigantic structures for something they call market, and people come from all over the world to buy furniture from all these manufacturers. It's the place you go. Well, I don't know.
That's where the dealers come together.
Yeah, that's where the new line of furniture. Here it is. Come get it. People come from all over the world. This is like their big economy. You know, they were talking about when they didn't get to do it during the pandemic. I mean, the city nearly.
As a matter of fact, Rick, it is the largest home furnishings industry trade show in the world with over 10 million square feet and 2,000 exhibitors throughout 180 buildings.
How about that? That's their big thing there.
Yeah, how about that?
That was cool. So anyway, went to it was I talked to the pastor Brandon Ware, and as always, we're just so thankful because. You know, if the pastor of any given church says, hey, I've checked out the manchurch.com, I've checked out the Rick and Bubba show, I've been doing my research, and I'm going to give you access to the pulpit here, that is something that you don't take lightly. And so just thank him for that. And he was trying to get it started, you know, when we first kicked off in the pandemic. He said, I was sitting here in 2020. I was fired up about this new discipleship strategy, couldn't wait to get it started, went out and got the curriculum. Then the pandemic hit, and I had to sit here for over a year to wait to get this started. So they're going to start the curriculum in January, and this was the big kickoff for the weekend. And it was a great time together. Got to speak Friday night and Saturday, and heard a testimony from a guy on Saturday that I can't talk too much about it because of there are countries that there is $1 million bounty on his head. For the things that he does, and of course, when he's home, you know, there's not as much danger. Even though you know that you're in a situation when the guy you're given a name to call him that isn't his name, the security team is there, and he basically comes in, talks, and goes with them and leaves.
Wow.
And so even though he's home, so there's a lot more safety with
Sure.
that. Even though we have a story today where a pastor had to tackle somebody, but we had a great time there. It was a lot of fun, but also got to meet so many people there. You know, when you go to somewhere like we don't have an affiliate in High Point, North Carolina, nor have we ever had one there. But when you go there and there's this little pocket of Rick and Bubba people, and they're watching on YouTube, listening to the TuneIn app, listening to the podcast archives. And then you see them doing what we talk about, trying to tell other people about it, and it's really cool to see now. If you put the effort in, you can get the show.
Oh yeah.
And there were a lot of people there in the loop, and we had a great weekend, and we saw a lot of great things happen, and just excited about. I think that church will be the catalyst because there were a lot of other churches that came. They got the information, and they'll be going out. So thanks to Green Street Baptist Church, had a great time there. And you guys could not have been better host, and the team just had a great time together, and appreciate you guys trusting us with that. So that went on, and so we're also we're gonna be coming up this week. I'll be going to Pine Grove Baptist in Center, Alabama, Sunday night, and so this for me. Now the rest of the guys still have got a few to do. Left in the year, the rest of the guys that go out and speak for the man church that are doing different man churches. For me, which has been a very, very, really honestly, at times grueling tour this year.
You had quite a few things going on, right?
Because it all got canceled in 2020. So Sunday night, I'll be finishing my part of the man church tour at Pine Grove Baptist and Centers. They'll be kicking it off. Now, some of our other guys are still going out. But as you start looking at 2022, so then I'm going to take some time off for the rest of the year, and then we'll come back in 2022. But looking at 2022, we've got more churches that are joining, more stuff we're going to be doing, but we're also going to be doing 3 conferences that one of them we've done for the last 2 years, the Pursuit Conference in Dothan. We're going to add another date on Pursuit Conference, do another one in the summer. But February the 4th, we're announcing today, Charles Billingsley and I are going to team up, themanchurch.com, Burgess Ministries, and Charles Billingsley and his ministry. We're going to come together and do it's going to be a one night, Friday night, February the 4th, and it's going to be called the Man Event. So instead of the main event. And so we're going to have Hugh Freeze. We just talked about him today. He's going to come in and tell his story of redemption, which is a story that I think we all need to hear. So he'll be giving his testimony and talking about that. I will be speaking, and Sherry will actually be there. My wife, we're going to do something different, is to bring in a wife and let her speak with her husband for one of the sessions to the men to say, look, from your wife's point of view, your future wife's point of view, here's what Scripture says, and here's what we need from our husbands and our potential husband. So that's kind of something unique. Of course, Charles and his full band are going to be doing praise and worship. So it's called the Man Event. Tickets went on sale for that today because some of you may be looking for Christmas gifts or whatever. And you can get that link at rickandbubba.com under events, burgessministries.com under events, or themanchurch.com under events. February the 4th, you can click on it right now. It's just going to be a general admission ticket for everybody, and then you'll come in, and Olive Baptist Church in Pensacola, Florida will be our host. So February the 4th is just the one night. So you can be there and spend the rest of the weekend there in Pensacola if you're coming from outside. And then, of course, in later in February, we'll be over in Dothan at the Civic Center doing the Pursuit. Jonathan Evans will be there. I'll be speaking. Andy Blanks will be speaking. And Charles Billingsley will be leading worship there, too. So you can already find it under upcoming events, too. So grab those tickets, and we'll see you coming up next year. And then those of you in Center Alabama, looking forward to, for my part of it, wrapping up the tour that I've been on there with you Sunday night. Really, really excited about that.
Every time we've been to Center, it's been
I know. I thought about
unusual circumstances.
Yeah.
I hope this event goes much smoother than some of our visits.
I can't get that out of my mind. I've never been to Center, Alabama that something didn't happen that was odd.
Yeah.
And frankly, I think this is the first time that I've been back since some of our interviews. so I am looking forward to that. And
that's where the lady brought us a gift of a snake.
Yep.
And you've heard that story.
Yep.
And also the guy that stuttered.
That's where that happened.
Yeah.
That's where that happened.
Yeah.
There's a lot that happens there.
A lot of dingoes and cougars and things that are kept as pets.
Right. Yeah.
Shar-Pei pigs and
I don't know whether the exotic pet world is as strong there as it used to be, but it used to be really something. So
I'd never really seen anybody walking around with a cougar on a leash before.
No.
I mean, like a real, like a real cougar.
Yeah, it was. I'll tell you what, a cougar and a dingo don't get along.
No, cougar didn't care for that at all.
Yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Babbel.com/Bubba. Looking to learn a foreign language, but you're just like, I don't know, man. How much time is this going to take? If you use the technology that is Babbel.com/Bubba, that's BABBEL.com/Bubba. First of all, use our URL, and we'll get you up to 65% off your subscription with a 20-day money-back guarantee. But the way that they go about it is, and you can learn Spanish, French, Italian, German. Their speech recognition technology helps you to improve your pronunciation. I can't even say it. Your pronunciation and accent. Bubba, we just need to take Babbel and just strap it to our face. Just strap it to our face.
I need an IV.
But really what they're doing is the number one selling language learning app. The whole process can be fun and fast and easy. They do the bite-sized language lessons for real-world use. These are phrases that you need if you're going to interact with somebody in their culture, or maybe a family member or a friend that came from another culture here, and you would like to communicate with them better in their own language. Find out more by going to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Babbel is language for life. Bubba, a couple of things. First of all,
hit me.
Finishing High Point, North Carolina, you know that men's ministry and youth ministry and women's ministry, they're not the same, equal but not the same. I want you to look at this brilliant marketing of High Point, North Carolina. So they were showing that the man church was coming. We're going to kick all this off, and look at the placement right there over the urinal. I mean, you if you're going to promote men's ministry, put it right over the urinal.
That's convenient.
Yeah, you know, you think the men of the church didn't know what was coming?
Yeah, always need a place to look.
Yeah,
you can't say you didn't know.
Remember, men's ministry is a different thing.
Yep.
Yeah, I asked Sherry, would that work for women's ministry? She said absolutely not. So anyway, and then Bubba, somebody told me, did you go to Red House Furniture while you were there? So that must be where that is. Remember that?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
was it Red House or Red Barn?
Red something.
What was it? You
I
remember
thought
that?
Red House was in Coleman.
So
that was that trailer.
He didn't care if you buy one or not.
There, that's what it was.
But Red House was that bunch that did the
Red and what were the? Gosh, I can't think
that
of
was
his name.
funny.
It was funny.
Red and Link. Yeah,
that's it.
Red and Link.
Boy,
yeah,
Greg.
Before
still
they rejected the gospel, but anyway, I don't remember when they did that.
Yeah,
whole
and there's
thing?
big public
They don't
stand.
believe, they don't believe in war. All that. But anyway,
They did that.
Yeah,
thank you for that
I don't
reminder.
remember that.
They sure did. Yeah, we talked about it. You were like me. You were protecting yourself from it.
Yeah, probably.
But anyway, it doesn't matter. That was
Try to forget foolishness.
Funny bit they did.
What I know, Rick, I thought we were talking about Coleman Liquidators.
Yeah,
Coleman Liquidators. By the way, what was his name? Main guy.
I think he
We had him
did. He do a
here.
drop?
Oh, yeah, he
Hold
came
on.
here.
Yeah.
Hold on, I
What-
will
what's
find it
his
because
name?
I want you to play that.
Yeah, I got it in here. If I could just think of his name.
Let me see.
Gosh, I can't remember.
People are just screaming it at the radio.
I know.
Yeah, what was his name?
I can't even begin.
Was it John?
It's a name that
John.
other people.
John something.
Who knows?
Robert Lee.
Robert Lee.
So I wasn't in the
could I forget
ballpark.
that?
I was not in the ballpark.
How do we forget that?
I wasn't in the ballpark.
Here we go. You ready? Here he is.
This is Robert Lee from Coleman Liquidation. You're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show. If you don't like them, you can quit listening. It won't hurt my feelings.
Robert Lee.
That's good stuff.
Don't matter to me.
I don't care who you are. That's good stuff.
All right, so Bubba, I know you wanted to see the video of the there they are of a sloth crossing the road. Now, can you imagine?
Yeah, this is in Brazil, and apparently a man gets out and helps the sloth cross the road quicker. I can't imagine a worse scenario
They're
of
not
someone
known for
trying
their
to cross
speed.
the road.
Please
And-
look.
And then he, according to this clip, they say the sloth appears to be happy that he helped him out.
Well, now, how do they know?
Well, let's see. Let's look.
They ask
for
for
ourselves.
que ele abraça a árvore.
Oh, hanging him on the tree too.
Tão bebezinho, olha.
Oh, that is slow.
That's a slow. I used to work with people like that.
Yeah.
Não é
Look,
muito-
Look, he's kind of giving him the.
Obrigada.
Look.
Olha.
Greg, he's giving him.
Oh, my.
Give me 5.
Olha.
He's kind of giving him a hey thanks.
Greg,
How about
You may
that?
be flipping him off.
Greg, how about this?
That's
Even in your
strange.
most mean self,
You got to admit.
you
that's
got to
right.
admit,
Yeah, that was kind of
it did look like he was.
He was like, "Hey, thanks, pal."
It did look that way, didn't
What
it?
cartoon was
What
it
if he'd have reached out and bit him as he did that?
that had the sloth working like in City Hall or whatever it was? That was fun.
Pet something or animal something? Hey, Rick. Yeah, probably. Hey, Rick.
It's Galano.
Rick, probably so. I don't remember.
They are slow.
Watch him reach back.
Did you see at Halloween that one of the DMV workers wore a sloth mask sitting behind there?
That's a good one.
Look, he's kind of giving him a.
I don't want to thank you. Thank you for putting me on a tree.
Where did sloths? What part of the world are they in?
That
Brazil.
was in Brazil.
Brazil.
They're in Brazil. Rick, it's not Italy. Rick. So, well, they're slow.
They are.
They're really slow.
Yeah, they don't get in a hurry.
But guys, I was not expecting the sloth to get that kind of.
I didn't either. I saw that on the the description of it, and I thought surely not. That was kind of weird, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah.
Well, sloths are known for that. They appreciate it.
Well,
they were slow. Did you see them crossing that road? I mean, I've seen turtles move quick.
Yeah, they're a very appreciative animal.
They are.
Yeah.
So
they need a lot of help, Rick.
Hey, moving that slow, you better be.
Right.
Yeah, they need a lot of help. Anybody know why they're so slow? Why?
I don't know. So how about this? Do y'all? I know
because the term cheetah was already taken, Greg.
You know how we talk about that's fun. You know how we talk about how it's a little rough in here and all this kind of stuff. Just like then but so we had at church this past Sunday we did the old fashioned dinner on the grounds.
Mm-hmm.
But after church, usually that's standard Wednesday night. But it was after the service. We had this celebration at church and all this, and then after the message, it was one of these. We're gonna have one service. Everybody, after it's over, we're going out here around the church. And we got all kinds of
tailgate.
Well, kinda, but it was like so. Our class, we actually, I'm a turnkey guy. So Sherry and I had to get hamburgers and hot dogs for 120 people. And everybody helped out and all this stuff.
That's a lot of people in a Sunday school
It
class.
is, but then you start thinking how you're going to prepare all that. So the church had 3 grills, and they brought them out on a trailer. And then, to be very, very kind, they said, "Look, you're not going to be able to interact with your Sunday school class if you're over here grilling."
Which is kind of the point of the entire
Right.
thing.
So there were 3 guys from the church that said, "Hey, I'll bring them in. They know the grills. They'll grill, and then all y'all need to do is just use the tables out here in this field." And then, of course, Dad and Mom are there. Of course. Getting all that done with Dad was a lot of fun, and so there came discussion. I didn't know whether they had enough spatulas or not, or whatever. So I said, I'm gonna throw my stuff here in the back of the car. Well, the Rick and Bubba,
good idea.
The Rick and Bubba spatula is back there. Well, when I get there, I realize they've got all they need, which was a blessing. But this is one of those moments about where, like, Sherry was like, what does he mean? Like, this is a member of our church, friend. He's, he comes to Wednesday Bible study and all that. And he's over there, and he said, well, I want to be sure and get this right because I don't want Rick on me like that. And Sherry goes, what is he talking about? And I said, I don't know what Tom's talking about. And he was like, well, yeah, I know because I'll end up under the bus on Monday's show or something like that. And I'm just like, Tom, don't have a negative attitude about this. So suddenly the other person says, and I could see his disappointment. He kept looking. He goes, "Oh no, Rick, you didn't bring a Rick and Bubba spatula." And I'm like, "Well, I didn't know. I didn't. I mean." And then I said, "Hey, man, now they have. Now this is what I love about it, Bubba. They have all they need." I said, "I just want you to know it's in the car."
Yeah.
And he looked at me just for a minute. I thought I saw just a hint of moistness in his eye.
Right.
And he said, "Could I use it?" And I said, "Son, if you want to use the Rick and Bubba spatula," and I look around. I said, "Who has this man on their Christmas list?
All right.
Who knows this man?" He doesn't have a Rick and Bubba spatula, but he looked at those inferior, pitiful spatulas that were out there.
Yeah.
And I go to the car. I said, "Hey, my car's right here." I walk over there and I bring it and hand it to him, and he took a hold of that thing. And he said to me, he said, "It's everything I'd hoped for."
A little gleam in his eye.
Yeah, yeah. And then he started getting after it.
Yeah.
And now at one point we did have what we thought was a food shortage. And I did hand off the spiral dogs to someone else, showed them how to make them. I didn't get to eat one because they went pretty quick. I don't know how they went. I hope they were good. Everybody seemed to think they were good. But all I did was say, "Here's what you do," and left it. And I did go ahead and spiral them before I brought them and have them in freezer bags.
That's big, yeah.
But anyway, so there was you know how when you get bad information?
Yeah.
Gosh, you don't need bad information.
No, heck no.
I'm not saying it was like Astroworld, but it was a lot. There was a lot of mania out there. And all of a sudden, somebody looks at me and says, "Hey," and the line was going, in the field, standing in line to come down the food table. And boy, there was some great food that was brought. Dinner on the grounds, Bubba. I mean,
I used to love
if
those
there's
things.
no other reason to be a Baptist, that's one.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, somebody says, "You see that line over, Rick?" And I see, and this, you like people that take charge. I love that. Hey man, this is it. I said, "Wait a minute, this is all we got left?" And and I said, that can't be right. And he's, I'm telling you, it's all we got. Well, then a panic set that we were not going to have enough food. And then this is, how bad confusion. I walk over to the grill and I see somebody else's hot dogs on the grill. And a woman says, I'm sorry, I asked them to cook my hot dogs too. Well, that made me think that they were done, but it was wrong. What they done is just devoted one grill to getting, the other two grills were still cranking out the burgers, and the hot dogs were all done. 120 hamburgers, 50 hot dogs. So anyway, a total pandemonium panic hits. Sherry's like, oh my gosh, right. Sherry's even saying, I'm running to get chicken fingers. And finally, I go over and I go, well, whose hamburgers are all these? And they look at me like, these are your hamburgers. Oh, so we still got another. He goes, yeah, we just sent another, pan full of them over there. And we got more. Yeah, I had to a panic.
Everybody
set
cool.
up. And then it happened again. Then Tom said it for the second time. Well, I'm not going to mess it up because I know y'all going to be on me Monday. And I'm just like, Tom, don't be so negative.
What's Tom's deal?
I don't know. I love Tom. But Tom was, I guess we have that reputation.
Is that the one I coached his grandson?
Yes.
Little Tom?
Yeah. Yeah. And he's
a good kid, by the way.
Can I tell you what I think happened? I think somebody roped Tom into having to do it, and he wanted to go enjoy his class, and he ended up over cooking for ours. Yeah. And I think he was like, well, maybe I hope I don't mess it up.
Oh, man, yeah.
You're right. I think somebody pulled Tom in. Yeah. And in all fairness, I didn't give the spatula to him. I gave it to the griller next to him. But that's the guy I asked for.
Yeah. And he only had one, Rick.
And he was a younger guy. By the way, on that note, Bubba, and I don't want to start a frenzy, but the merchandise folks told me straight up, because of all the shipping problems and everything, whatever spatulas we have, when they're gone, now we'll get them again next year at some point.
Yeah.
But she said it's taken 3 months to get shipments.
Hello.
Who is holding up the spatulas?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
28 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thanks for being with us. We'll get to more of your phone calls. Coming up before the day is done, so you can shop rickandbubba.com. I know a lot of you are asking about when's the new CD coming out. Should be out next week, but we'll update you on that. Our new CD, Herd Immunity, should be coming out next week. And, the hard copies always happen first, and then we go through all the process of subscribing and trying to get it out there on iTunes and all the other places. And we have changed last year. We go ahead and start trying to do that immediately, but the hard copies are always first. And then, it'll take a few weeks for you to have it somewhere else. So if you're wanting to give that as a stocking stuffer, those should be available next week. We certainly will tell you when they're in the store. All right, so we have another story of this Nashville.
Do you want the sloth facts, Rick?
Yeah,
I thought that was funny.
Yeah.
Are these real?
Well, I mean,
Or is this a joke?
Well, we got an email.
I didn't know we had people. And look, here's North Carolina again.
Said she'd been to Costa Rica on a mission trip.
Studied sloths.
And got facts about sloths from their guides there. They said sometimes they die going to the bathroom because it takes so much of their energy.
Well, I understand.
That's when they sit down for a douche.
Greg.
They said if a baby sloth falls out of a tree, the mama won't rescue it because it takes too much energy to go down and get it.
Well, what was it got into this one? It was crossing the road.
Yeah.
He took it on.
That's
no
why-
wonder he was happy.
That's
You
why
know
he said
why the
thank you.
sloth crossed the road, don't you?
Why is that, Bob?
Get to the other side.
Slowly.
Do you know why the sloth needed help?
Eventually to get to the other
If
side.
they deplete too much of their energy, they die. That's what she's saying, basically.
Well,
That's why they're conserving it a lot.
Did this guy stop a sloth from committing suicide?
yeah, that's right. The
May have
sloth,
been.
well, he got tired of having to retrieve babies.
I
And stuff.
didn't have my. I don't
It
know.
seems
my
like
sloth.
they'd be a good pet, slow as they move. You don't have
yeah.
to worry about them getting away from
You
you.
have to worry about him attacking you real quick.
Yeah, but guys, can you imagine how long it takes them to go to the potty and come back?
How do
Oh,
they protect
boy.
themselves?
They can't.
I guess
They're a
climbing.
predator's dream.
Oh yeah.
I guess climbing.
They got some
But
good-
look at them claws.
They got
though.
some serious claws.
They got some serious claws, but again,
That's an ugly animal.
can they even get it around on you? Can they even land one?
So I'm ugly and slow.
Right. Yeah. That's,
Well, you wouldn't want something that looks like that to be quick, though, would
That's
you?
a good point, Bubba. Them claws.
Can we not get them to drink coffee or something? I mean, it's,
There's got to be one sloth that's like a little more energetic than the normal.
well, he
You know,
rules.
no-
He rules the world if he
I
does.
bet.
It's sloth world.
He's the man.
We have a Nashville pastor here that tackles an armed suspect during the church service. Sadly, this is happening more often than we want, and this is
Pastor's packing.
people coming into services trying to do harm. But the pastor, where's he at right here?
So you're going to see the perpetrator come up. He's actually going to get behind the pulpit and wave a gun. You see him waving the gun, and he's telling them to do this or do that, and the pastor's going to come from behind and get him.
Is that him right there?
Watch it. He's circling around, and now he's going to come from behind, and he's going to get him when he walks out from behind the pulpit again. Boom, and ties his arms up so he can't get the gun up.
Yeah, that's good.
Pastor took him
But
down.
I don't know what he was saying. I don't know what he was doing, waving the gun around. I didn't understand
his
that. But
mind's bad.
he's been charged with like 15 counts of aggravated assault.
Yeah, I want everybody out there to know that the pastor did get his head in the proper position and took him down.
Yeah, he saw
You
what
know.
he hit, and he wrapped him up.
Yeah. So, yeah, I wonder what
I guess you could get your foot shot, but still.
Does anybody
See,
know?
I mean, he walks up there and just kind of
Boy,
takes
he's
over.
got
He's
the gun.
flipping that gun around.
Right.
May have two of them. I
By
can't
the-
tell.
whoa,
What's in
whoa,
his
whoa.
left hand?
But wait a minute. Am I crazy, or is the guys on the front row clapping like the song is going? Are they still clapping to the song while the guy has a gun?
It did appear.
So is that guy not clapping right there?
I think he may have been. He probably maybe
Nervously?
Didn't know maybe he didn't realize what was going on.
Maybe thought it was part of the hymn.
You know, if you see that,
Watch the guy
it
right here,
probably takes
clapping.
you a minute or two to realize what's happening.
I don't know that I keep clapping while a guy's waving a gun around.
He's probably going, "Is that a gun he's got?"
Right, and the guy on the front row looks like he's got the mic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know the details of that.
I'll tell you one thing. The pastor, see how he gets his head and takes him down?
Yep.
The pastor, in all fairness, should have been driving his legs a little. He got overextended just a little bit. Yeah, and because he could have picked him up and slammed him. But
Got him down, though.
He did. Thank you.
Good
well
job.
done.
Good job.
I'll tell you one thing. If they're considering where to keep you on as pastor, you have to lay this down.
Also, speaking of brawls, and Adler, unfair here, I didn't give you a heads up on this, but the fight at the tailgate. Did you see this?
No, I did not.
At a big tailgate. This was at the UCF and Tulane game. And I mean, you're fighting at the tailgate. I mean, what's the fight at a tailgate about it? It's food, it's happiness.
Buddy, yeah. No.
Somebody almost hit the grill over.
By the way, did you see the guy grilling go ahead and try to? He made
twice hit.
Look, he's got his tongs. He said, "Look, I don't want." He's still going.
He's flipping the meat, even though it almost got knocked over.
This is the homecoming game for UCF against Tulane. So, and they're fighting. And look, this is a pretty good tailgate fight going.
I mean, that's a lot of people involved. Looks like a rugby match.
Yeah.
I don't know how that grill kept going because it got hit twice hard.
I'm loving how the griller is not giving up on it, though. He's like, look.
If I was him, I'd shut the lid, though.
He's still turning that piece of meat over.
Yeah.
It's
boy, he's lucky he didn't lose it all.
Yeah.
Got real close.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Have I talked about this yet on the show? Have we discussed, speaking of food on the show, air fryers and all?
Oh, yeah. We got one.
I've always wanted to dabble off in that.
Speedy got one a few months ago, and we dabbled off and talked a little bit. And then shortly after he got one, my parents got one. And then we went to Gads and see them, and we saw what this was all about. And so we've now have one. We cook everything in it.
Really? You like
everything?
It? Well, so it just blows hot air across.
I don't know the technology behind it, but it's excellent.
Well,
we cook fish and chicken, and we make all kinds of stuff.
You're frying, but it's not in the juice.
Correct.
That normally would be.
Yeah.
I was going to ask a question about it, and we'll do this when we come back, because it's almost like I don't know what this is in our human nature, and I know that we probably all did this to a degree, but now it just seems to be rampant. People don't know where to stop when they talk about something. We always have to go too far with it.
Yeah.
And it's okay just to say an air fryer is a nice thing to have, if you're trying to do better and still like things that are fried. But then I heard somebody get carried away with it, and I just
bold statement.
I had to enter into the conversation and say, I'm sorry, I'm throwing a flag on this, and I'll ask you about it when I get back.
Okay.
I mean, I just walked over and said, I know y'all don't know me, but I'm throwing a flag on this. That statement I cannot let stand. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy, the real Greg Burgess, and Adler all here, Speedy on vacation this week. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, Bugsy.
Glad to be here, Rick. And thank all of you for being here. My goodness.
All right,
We'd be in trouble without you.
Another big thank you from the weekend, and we'll get into air fryers.
We'll end up painting our own studio or something, you know?
Yes, absolutely. We better learn how to get wallpaper down. All right, so from this past weekend, Sherry also went to the land of KYTN, and when she came back, Sherry told me she said, "Let me tell you something. The city of Union City, Tennessee, there's not a person there that doesn't listen to Rick and Bubba."
Excellent.
She said,
what a great city. They got a Christmas parade.
That would be top of the world, Calitrin.
That's right. That's where they are. Their business. So anyway, Sherry spoke to the women of Calvary Baptist Church. They had a great luncheon. Then Sherry spoke, and she a lot of them brought copies of the book that Sherry wrote, and she got to meet them and sign some of those copies, and then she had some others for those that didn't already have it. And she said we had a great meeting, and she goes, I brought a bag back, and she said I need to ask you, and ladies, thank y'all, but you got me in trouble. Just FYI, and probably about to get Bubba in trouble. Okay.
He just knows.
There's certain things that our wives do not have to know about, and it's not anything that matters, okay? We have a very, very open relationship of honesty, and we hide nothing from our wives unless we absolutely have to. Mm-hmm. And
we don't want to get in
so
trouble.
she goes, can you answer me a question? And I said, yes. She goes, why was I given a bag of Little Debbie snack products and Pop-Tarts to bring to you? And I just was like, I don't know.
Maybe somebody dropped a bunch off when we bragged about it.
I said, probably something Bubba wanted.
They got me mixed up.
She goes, Have you been on the air wanting Pop-Tarts? No. She goes, who wants the Little Debbie Swiss Rolls and Nutty Buddies?
I do.
Number 2.
We all do.
So
Greg likes them.
I love them.
So, ladies, I brought the bag, but I got interrogated just a little bit. She goes, they said that you're supposed to take this to the show. And I said, yeah, I guess it's them. I don't know. It's not anything I wanted.
You didn't have any of them little Christmas trees yet. Are they out yet, Rick, the Little Debbie Christmas trees?
No, not that I'm sure they are. But I looked in the bag. I said, well, in there just didn't look healthy enough for me. I'll take it in the rest of the guys. Because,
yours was supposed to be almonds and
I'm doing
dried
better.
fruit.
I'm doing better. Is there not a protein bar in there?
Yeah.
So anyway.
There's some kale in there.
So
that's
anyway,
for you, Rick.
Yeah, thank you, Calvary Baptist Church, the women's ministry there. Sherry had a great time, and thank you for the goodies today.
I had some fresh cut up pineapple this weekend. Man, it was good. I mean, it was good.
This is one of those things that Bubba thinks if he eats pineapple.
Yeah. I think actually it's probably not. You're not supposed to eat a lot of pineapple.
Probably if Bubba was assigned a fruit and vegetable, they would say no pineapple.
You hear me? Rick, my statement is an inside joke from this point. Rick, he just only knew. If he would have only known.
If he'd only known.
Pineapple is good. I forgot how much I like pineapple.
Really
I like pineapple.
Fresh cut up. It's good. Like cut it with a machete and eat it.
Greg, he wants you to know that he didn't eat it out of a can.
No,
it's fresh.
It's that core they cut out of it and put in that plastic bag for you.
Greg, of course, hard for pineapple to be fresh in Alabama.
It is.
But anyway, I know what you mean.
It traveled a little.
Yeah, it was.
It came from somewhere a little warmer.
It started out green. It was ripe by the time it got here.
That's you know what? As long as it's right when it gets here, right?
That's right. It was good.
So anyway, I know
it's better than eating M&M's.
So I know you don't want those Little Debbies, but I didn't want to be rude.
I'll probably work through them.
Right, because you probably got pineapple coming. You don't need that.
It's a good mix.
You ever just stand in front of the display and just look at the selection of Little Debbies?
Greg,
they got all kinds of
I want you to picture this. Picture of Bubba's, because everybody's got a supplement. Picture Bubba come out with supplement. Hello, I'm Bill Bubba Bussey from the Rick and Bubba Show. A lot of you may not know this nutritional fact. If you eat broccoli, pineapple, and bananas, it cancels anything else you eat.
Yeah, you can have.
So I've got Bubba supplement. Inside here is fresh pineapple, as fresh as it can be in Alabama. Also, broccoli's inside here. I love broccoli. A lot of people don't know that. I'm one of the fat guy loves broccoli.
Yep.
And just a douse of banana is in here. And you take this supplement.
Cancels out everything.
Go out. So let's say that somebody says
it's instead of other things.
Right. At the end of any meal you don't feel good about, pop one of these.
Yeah. Pineapple's good.
It is good.
Mm-hmm. I like pineapple like Greg likes chicken.
One of them old fruit trays with a lot of pineapple in it, that's good.
Hey, you know he likes pineapple on the most, don't you?
What?
Go ahead and say it. Pizza.
That I can't do. I can't do it. I've tried it. You can't go, Greg, well, you need to try it. I've tried it and I don't like it.
You know how some of them times where you're just dead wrong about something?
Mm-hmm.
And I used to make fun of it. And I tried it one time and I loved it.
It just don't go
And
together.
I was like, well, I was dead wrong.
I've tried it.
Barbecue pizza? Yes.
I tried it. I've tried it before.
That's pizza.
Yeah. And
it's barbecue sauce, though.
Yeah, it's the same.
Not pizza sauce.
Yeah, it's the same salty.
Yeah. I tried the fruit on a pizza.
The salty sweet
pineapple
on a pizza.
It's all right.
I don't like the fruit on it.
Especially if your crust
I don't like fruit on my salad.
I'm not against it, but it's not. I wouldn't pick it.
Right.
Now, if somebody said that's the only piece of pizza we got, sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
But anyway, so this is the speaking of food, that's kind of our area of expertise. So I'm trying. You ever tried not to get in somebody's conversation, and then they say something you just can't. I
can't let this go. I've got to correct you.
So
you got to be kidding.
Two guys are talking, and they're talking about the air fryer, and that's fine. Look, I hear a lot of good things about an air fryer. I think our boys that when they got their own deal with their apartments, I think they have one. Haven't seen any sign they've ever used it.
Just in case.
But anyway, never eaten out of one. Don't really desire to. It's one of those things you think air fryer. And so the guys were talking, hey, man, that air fryer. And I was letting it go. You ever fried chicken in it? Absolutely, I fried chicken. And they're talking. Everything's fine. And then it happened. Man, I'm going to tell you what. It's as good as your mama made.
Wait a minute.
And I said.
First of all, that's blasphemy to mom.
And I was like, what now? And so I walk over. I said, "What did you just say?"
What if your mom uses an air fryer?
I said, "What? Well, I clarified that. It's funny. Hey, seriously, that's the way my mind works. Because you have to, right?" I said, "Did your mama have an air fryer back when they weren't even available?" He goes, "No, my mom." I said, "Did your mama take fried chicken and fry it either in a pan or deep fry it to a golden crisp with oil?"
Iron skillet.
And he goes, "Yeah." And I said, "You're going to tell me that an air fryer can fry chicken as good as my mama and your mama made?" Yeah, I think it is. I looked at the other guy. I said, "Are you going to agree with that?" And he said, "No, I cannot agree with that."
Did you tell him to choose his words carefully?
He said, "If you want to say for an air fryer that fried chicken's pretty good, that you'll be surprised how good fried chicken can be in an air fryer."
Yeah.
He said, "I will stay with that statement."
Yeah.
And I go back to the guy. I said, "I'm going to ask you again. Is your mama alive?" And he said, "Yes." I said, "I'm going to ask you one more time. You're telling me an air fryer can make fried chicken as good as your mama did?" He said, I really think it's pretty close. Pretty close. Is it as good? Because I don't think it is. I think if you want to say it's more healthier than my mama did, and for the health benefit I'm getting, it tastes good enough, and it's not a bad fried chicken, I'm okay. You can open up a chain of fried chicken restaurants all made in an air fryer? I don't think so. And I said, so I'm going to have to settle. This is right up here with somebody saying Dippin' Dots was ice cream of the future. Sometimes I have to step in and not allow these things to go forward. If you want to say an air fryer makes pretty good fried food that's healthier, I'm okay. And, hey, Rick, you would even like it. I'm fine with that. Do not say that an air fryer can fry chicken as good as the way it's meant to be fried. I just can't allow it. Or maybe your mama.
I think that's fair.
Our mama, or maybe your mama couldn't
I
cook
get
good.
it. They overdid it.
It has been. Now, again, think about the things I'm talking about: your chicken fingers, your wings, your fries, your sweet potato fries, grilled fish. Do grilled fish in there all the time.
Well,
it's
now that,
excellent.
yeah.
It's good.
Tilapia.
All of those type things have really changed our world as far as easy cleanup. Doesn't take as long. Don't have to stand over the stove.
Frying can be a
Those
mess.
things, yes, and so that is a game changer
I kinda
for
like
us
it
and
for
our
Camp
family.
House.
Now, I am going to try something tonight. As a matter of fact, I can let you know tomorrow. I'm going to attempt to cook steaks in it. Just to see, Rick, how it goes. Now, I prefer my steak on the grill, but I want to see. I have been told it keeps the juices in. It's really good, and I'm going to give it a. I'm going to give it a go.
I have a question. So I don't know if I have eaten chicken in the air fryer, and I don't remember it. But is it crispy like fried chicken?
That's my question.
Well, it depends on. Yes, it is
Crispy.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. So whether you make it and batter it yourself, or you just throw in a chicken finger that came out of the freezer, it's going to come out like that.
So you're telling me it tastes like Kentucky Fried Chicken?
No. Now, see, that's a step out. I'm not saying that. That's a complete flag.
So it's not.
If you said,
like.
Helms, we're going to watch a ball game today, would you rather have KFC or air fryer homemade? I would say go buy KFC.
Okay. So that's all I was saying.
If you come over, I come over there, and you've cooked this chicken in an air fryer, it's really good. It's kind of to Rick's point.
I'm okay staying there.
Mama.
But Bubba.
And the whole steak thing.
Mm.
I don't know. I just saw a recipe. I thought, you know what? I'm going to attempt this to see if I don't have to stand outside over the grill tonight.
I want you to know
Monday
this.
Night Football. I'd kind of want to watch my series on Hulu.
Well, all you're going to hear on Monday Night Football tonight is Aaron Rodgers.
Sure.
Whether he's a moron. But listen.
How evil is Aaron Rodgers?
I just want you to know, because I didn't know this guy well enough. I know you well enough. I want you to know you can say things with that air fryer that would cause me to come to your house and take the air fryer.
Yeah.
Hand me the air fryer.
I really don't think there's any shot at me coming in here tomorrow going, hey, you know what? I cooked those steaks in the air fryer, and I got to tell you, much better in the air fryer than on the grill. I don't think that's going to happen.
What's next? Country fried steaks?
But I
better
think
in air fryer?
I'll get them out of the air fryer, and we'll all enjoy dinner tonight and go, hey, that was a decent steak.
Nothing wrong with that. Hey, it's a nice thing that I use to have good food. It's not bad. We enjoy it.
It's better for you. I'll take it.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to mess with all the greases and stuff like that.
Does it run out and catch it soon?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Talk about whatever you want to right now. I mean, it can be something as deep as the state of our world. It can be as light as I've got a few air fryer points. It can be anything that you want to talk about right now. It's our first phone troll of the day, meaning there is a 30-second clock on the calls. But it also means that all the lines have been made available. And it also means that if you're in line, and you can get in right now if you move, that those that are ahead of you will be moved quickly. And then 30 seconds will be the buzzer, and then we'll move to the next caller a little quicker, unless Bubba or Greg give you a timeout, because Helmsy's helping Harry Murdahl out with the phones right now. So we'll get started with Philip. Trolling.
Keep them phones a-trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Philip, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, Rick. Hey, I'm quickly going to tell you the quickest and easiest way that I know to make the best steak, okay? And it's not in an air fryer, but my wife bought this contraption off of what's everybody orders from. She orders everything.
You mean Amazon?
Amazon, okay? And what
you could come up with Amazon?
Yeah. Well, I don't think she orders everything.
You're like
but
us.
It's a bucket.
Oh, God.
Amazon costume.
Yeah, that was.
I really wanted to hear about the steak.
Greg, if you know when someone refers to something because it just felt a little clunky, you know, I was just like,
you gotta go.
I felt like I was trying to flag down the Flying Dutchman right there.
Amazon, that's right, Amazon.
Let's go to Tommy in Pensacola. Tommy, 30 seconds, buddy. Go ahead.
Hey, Biggins, how y'all doing this morning?
Good.
Yeah.
Hey, so I've heard all this talk, Rick, with you and your portal. I'm trying to figure out where are you hoping to land? You looking to go to John Boy and Billy? And if you do leave, who's going to fill the slot? Is it going to be like Mancow? Who's going to come over to you guys once you leave? Once you get into the transfer portal, though.
Oh, you're talking about me trying to do my health portal.
Okay. Health portal.
At first, I was like,
I thought you were.
Yeah, that's funny.
That's a good one.
But at first, I was like, man, there's something happening I didn't know about.
Yeah.
That portal.
That's funny. Let's go to Jason in Alabama. Jason, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, the pastor in Nashville did a wonderful thing about protecting his flock, but after further review, the pastor has been ejected for targeting and will not be able to preach next week's service.
That's funny.
We've got in the pulpit.
Yeah, we got
Targeting has been confirmed.
I know we've said this 1,000 times. We just got to stop the kicking them out of the game.
Yeah,
and then punish them for next week. Just needs to be a 15-yard penalty.
I know you wanted to fundamentally change the way people tackle. Got that? But I just, because of the way some of these things, I mean, if you're blatantly run out there and spear somebody, but so many of these things are the runner puts their head down and the tackler gets twisted by a blocker, and you know you take a guy out of a game. I'm anti that. I'm anti. Give them the penalty if that's what we're going to do, but don't throw them out of the game. Make them sit out a game. I mean a down or two. That's fine.
Yeah,
but don't throw them out of the game.
Greg, Columbus, Mississippi. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Coach Lee just having open tryouts for a field goal kicker today.
You know what? I saw that, but I didn't know if that was an old interview. How did the game? What is he upset with the kicker about? What happened?
He had one that couldn't hit nothing, and then he put another one in. He couldn't hit nothing. In fact, I think he left him in Fayetteville.
Yeah, he seemed upset. I didn't know if that was a current interview or not. I know the game was really close. And
I was thinking your son may go out there today. He's got some else to go.
Well, somebody sent me a text from Arkansas. They were actually pulling for Arkansas, and they said, "Watch this interview. Big Love may be the kicker at State." So
it is a little heartbreaking when you work to get in that position, and then the kicker misses it. I understand.
Yeah,
it's a thankless job. And, the snapper and the holder, nobody knows their name. Right. And they have a lot to do with it.
Well, and
bad.
we've said this before. It's a thankless job, but you also get celebrated. But it is your job.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
that's all you got to do.
That's all we ask you to do. We don't ask you to block anybody. We rarely ask you to tackle anybody. Let's go to Randy in Huntsville.
Randy.
100.3 The River. Randy, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Biggins, how are y'all?
Good.
Hey, just talking about Terry Bradshaw, do we really need to hear anything about him but what drugs to put in your body after quarterbacking the Steelers in the 70s? between the Raiders and the Steelers. There was stuff openly available in the locker room to take handfuls of. And secondly, this morning, to the drivers doing the U-turn to block traffic to get into Starbucks, y'all a bunch of jackasses. Man.
There you go. Okay. I bet that felt good. I felt good. He needed
He got that off his chest.
Keith in Atlanta. Keith, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I'm just wondering why it's not a HIPAA violation to force me to disclose information about my health, like whether I've been vaccinated or not.
Yeah, that you bring up a great point, and it's really political because a lot of that HIPAA stuff came along because of a political environment at the time too, wanting to protect people's privacy, and now your privacy has just been chunked out the window.
Yeah, that does seem odd, doesn't it? Let's go to Joe in Huntsville. Joe, go ahead. Listen to the river.
Hey, y'all there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, about the air fryer situation. The hamburger is the best hamburger you ever had in your life.
Wait,
good grief! See, what a bunch of.
Here we go again.
I mean, what do you do?
So
that's the kind of stuff they'll get the air fryer taken out of your house.
Yeah.
Come on, buddy. You don't mean
I bet
that.
it makes a good burger.
You can just say it's good. Don't say it's the best one you ever
help
had.
me with this.
You can't say that.
I'm really out of the loop.
I'm ready to get me one.
I'm out of the loop on the air fryer.
I am too.
Betty's had one and used it. I don't even know what we ate out of it, but I mean, it basically just blows hot air instead of like hot air from gas or.
Well, it sounds like the people who use it blow hot air too.
And does it just cook from the bottom, or does it do top too? Or
I know as little. How about this? I know as little, if not less, than you do. Yeah.
Do they have one called the Big Green Air Fryer?
But when I hear the word air fryer, I just want to spit.
What best hamburger you ever eat, Rick?
Well, if you want to say it makes a good hamburger, that's
Ever.
No, it ain't better. It ain't better what I put on the grill. I promise you that.
Was he putting down the George Foreman grill? Come on.
Yeah. Oh, look at line one. All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Oh, with the air fryer information over there. Here comes one of those things again. Speaking of food, here's a better way to do it. Because everybody says, "Oh, but it's convenient. It's convenient. It's convenient," and that's okay. That's fine. I bet it's not as convenient as HelloFresh.com. HelloFresh.com, man, they, who knows? Maybe they got recipes you make in there for her, but whatever.
I bet they do.
But go to HelloFresh.com right now. But Greg, can I introduce you to one that you're going to love there? Mozzarella and herb chicken.
Oh, boy.
Bubba.
Now, can you put it in
That's
air
two
fryer?
things I like, mozzarella and chicken.
You may can. How about an epic nacho mac and cheese? Ooh.
What?
Nacho mac and cheese.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, there's 50 menu and market options every week for you to choose from. They're quick and they're easy recipes. They're lifesavers on those busy weeknights. And the beautiful thing is you go ahead and pick what you want for the week, and you can change how many you get every week. You can stop for a week. But they send it to you, and then all the recipes have the ingredients in the recipe card with them, and then you just simply make the meals, and you're still making them. But there's no waste, and there's no waste involved in it. You don't have to go to the grocery store and go, well, somebody made a meal list for me with a bunch of recipes, but I don't have the stuff, and I still got to go to the store. With HelloFresh.com, everything you need is in each individual bag. Also, with the promo code Bubba, you can get up to 14 free meals and 3 free gifts during their special Black Friday sale that's going on right now. So right now, that's 14 meals for free plus 3 free gifts when you use the promo code Bubba at HelloFresh.com. Also a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so
HelloFresh.
Can you describe to us what you sent to Adler to show here?
Okay, Rick, this is from an online review. An American woman who is only identified as Corey H. Greg, you're not ready for this. Has gone viral after her hilarious Amazon review of Paypo's leggings went viral.
Leggings?
Leggings. Pictured. She shared 2 pictures of herself sliding down a mountain wearing the leggings.
Oh, Greg Burgess. Greg Burgess.
And they held up.
Greg Burgess.
She said, here I am rolling and sliding down a mountain because I was too scared to get back up. My leggings did not rip, even though I got stuck on rocks and trees, she added.
So she kind of got to going downhill, couldn't
Can
stop.
you zoom in on any of those pictures?
No, please don't.
Them leggings got all they can handle.
Please don't. Don't. How about this?
The stress they were under and they survived is
Greg,
amazing.
They're saying that she's getting rave reviews and they're selling like hotcakes.
Greg, if I was at the bottom of that hill, I would have a better chance for one of the actual boulders to come rolling down. I think I'd be less afraid.
If old Purple gets on you.
Let me tell you something. Look. Look,
that gives whole new meaning to the term purple rain, doesn't it?
Right,
Rick, look, the grimace, it fell.
Greg, Barney's let himself go.
Call Mary McCheese.
Oh, my goodness.
Greg,
it's a strange way to be an influencer.
Well, you know what? That's how you use what you got.
I want to know the end result. How'd she get up? How'd she get back on?
Can I tell you something?
Level ground.
I bet she sewed some leggings.
I bet she did too, because if they survived that.
Amen. To the phones we
the
go.
load they were carrying.
Peachtree City, Georgia. Cheryl is standing by. Cheryl, go ahead.
$13.99.
Hey guys,
hey,
we do our steaks in the air fryer, and they're better than on the grill.
Oh my God.
Better than on the grill.
Really? Are you serious?
Come on,
I'm very serious.
Cheryl, come on.
We cook them about. I promise.
Cheryl,
we cook them about. They're better than my son-in-law's, and he has.
Well, maybe he can't. Maybe he can't cook.
How long you cook
them? That could be. We cook about 15 minutes, and about 8 minutes, or well, we kind of cut that in half, I guess, depending on the thickness of the steak. But probably about 7 to 8 minutes on each side. And when the meat gets hot, we spray it with a little spray olive oil. the steaks are better than on the grill. They got a little bit of that crisp to them.
I started to say,
I'm willing to try it.
How do you sear a side like you would if you're cooking steak?
When we spray it with a little bit of oil, olive oil, and then we turn them, like I said, halfway through, I promise you it is better than they're nice and moist.
Cheryl, if you want to say, hey, this air fryer thing, when you do a steak in it, it's really good. Fine.
It is.
But you don't have to say it's better than what we can do on the grill. You can't say that.
It is.
I'm coming to get that air fryer.
I promise. No, I had to sneak it into the house because my husband did not want an air fryer.
Right.
And he loves it.
I'm getting one on the way home.
All right.
I wish somebody would prepare us steaks both on the grill and an air fryer. Don't tell us which one and bring them up here and let's dig into it and see.
You know what
Let's get one in here and cook on it.
Watch me get a little more,
or at the new place,
reasonable. I'm even okay with somebody saying, now, if you just got some old run-of-the-mill griller that don't know what he or she's doing, you're better off to go with the air fryer. You can get better results consistently without a lot of expertise.
Yeah.
But don't tell me that the guy who or the woman that really knows how to grill, you're going to beat him with the air fryer. I just don't believe that.
You never know, Rick.
You might beat. It's kind of like beating a bad team, and yeah, they're Division I, but they're not real good. You know what I mean? But are you going to go out there and beat like a really good team?
What about them leggings?
Bo, I knew, Greg, you'd be on that purple pants. Notice Greg's already captured the video. I mean, the
it's like
photos.
A Teletubby fell down and couldn't get up.
Bo in Birmingham can. Bubba, listen up. This is your call. He can explain the technology of the air fryer.
All right, Bo.
Bo, how's it work?
It's all it is a countertop convection oven. It's mislabeled. It doesn't fry anything. It's a convection oven that sits on your countertop.
So it just cooks with hot air.
This is the best ever.
That's. I mean, it's nice. I have one. They cook. They're fun to play with, but it needs to be in its own place. It's like your mom when she had the toaster oven on the countertop.
Yeah, right.
This generation's version of that.
Yeah. So, are you saying it's really not any different than me getting a frying pan out and I'm just frying a different way?
No, you're not frying at all. It's like a convection oven. It just circulates air.
I got you.
It's not like a frying pan.
Just hot air.
Right.
Well,
That's
good.
right.
Sounds good. I'm getting me one.
You ain't getting one. Not while I'm here.
Ain't happening.
Rick, I do think
I'm going to eat.
this is
I'm
one
going
of
to
those
go. That's the
things.
best I've ever eaten.
This is one of those things that you're gonna eventually
How about
dive
the
into,
fries?
and you're gonna go.
I'm
know
okay
what?
with
This
it at
is
Camp
not
House.
near as bad as I thought.
I'm okay with it at
like
Camp House.
texting?
Of course, I
Exactly.
Yeah, is it? Well,
It really has.
Don't be walking me into it.
Serious business. It has
Oh,
changed a lot of our eating around the house because of this device.
Look,
it just has.
Greg's begging
Now,
for
look,
it.
you don't have to.
I'm just
Rick,
telling
he's
you, it
changing
has.
the way they eat.
It is. It's changed the way we eat at the house.
No,
Serious business.
it's
I'm
fine.
not.
It's
so
very
easy.
quick time.
Oh, Greg.
Yeah, how about the
convenient,
clean it? Tell me about the
easy
clean
clean.
up.
There's no clean up. You run it. You can either throw it in the
I'm
dishwasher.
buying one
or-
today.
Greg, let me tell you where I want
Get a
it.
big
I'm
one.
gonna throw a flank steak in it.
I'm gonna let Gary not find out about it and put one at Camp House.
There you go.
Now that'd be
Say, Gary,
perfect.
we don't need that now.
That'd be perfect at Camp House. Hey, let me tell you something. You think that's better than what I can do down at Camp House?
I'll tell you this: best burger ever.
Don't do things like that.
I'm gonna get it. And I'm gonna try it, and I'll be honest with it. You know I am.
I'd have to. I'm not saying it couldn't be.
No, I'm
because
sure
there's
it's good.
always good stuff, but for it to be the green egg, it'd have to be really
but
tough.
it's not the green eggs. That's not
but
the
what
same category.
but what he's saying though is they're trying to act like it is.
Well,
But if you
That's
say
my-
the
that's my
best
whole
ever,
beef.
I know.
That's
you
my
say
whole
best
beef.
ever,
It includes
best
egg.
ever, right?
I agree.
If you say best ever, it includes everything
But
there
if you
is.
say best
Green egg
ever
just
in,
takes too long.
if you say best ever in tabletop cooking,
you go.
then
Yeah.
I go, all right.
I got you.
I don't know why we can't just. We're living in a time of exaggeration and hyperbole.
I blame social media.
I don't know why people can't just simply say, can't just simply say. Let me tell you something. If you want a quick, easy way to cook some really good stuff, air fryer's the way to go.
Yeah.
We don't have to declare it as better than things if you have the time for, like the
Best
green egg,
ever.
for instance. Oh, it don't matter where you got time for it. Not, it's better. No, it's saying if you
I don't
want
have
if
a day to
if
cook.
you want to eat really good without a lot of mess, and you're a family on the go, or you want to be able to, then it works. Don't start saying that if I have the time to smoke something all day long and get it where it falls off the bone in 15 minutes, I could have had something better, not as good, not even pretty good, better if I just thrown it in the air fryer.
Yeah, well,
I mean, I can't believe. I mean, this don't be like this. Yeah. I don't like when we're like this.
Have you watched that infomercial on it?
I
They
never
cooking
have.
all kinds of stuff.
I didn't. I'm sure they have, Greg.
And every bit of it they say is the best.
Put it down at Camp House. We won't tell Gary about it. I'm sure it'll be fine.
See, the old days.
Throw a piece of venison in there. We all eating with some biscuits.
When
That'll
I
be
sold
fine.
TV, I would have had one because I had to try it out ahead of time, before we'd push it.
Did I tell y'all that somebody that I know
on the per
that
inquiry schedule?
And no offense to you, Adler, because I know your anniversary's coming up. But I mean, I've got another person that's getting married, and of course Adler. We love Adler. He's part of the team. So, but I'm now got somebody else get married on opening day of deer season.
That hurts.
You know what I'm?
Who does that to you, friends?
It's almost like
No offense, Adler.
Well, yeah. I mean,
No offense.
No, it's fine. It's you know what you have to be careful of stuff like this. But I'll tell you this much, because we all have different hobbies and different things we like. You almost have to be careful of this kind of stuff. When you're making friends, you might want to find out how they feel about deer hunting.
Yeah.
Because if it's something they don't really care about, this could happen.
This could happen.
It's
this is a double whammy. You got deer season and football.
Yeah.
So can I ask you another question about the air fryer hams? How does it get the heat? Where does the heat come from? It's circulating.
Plug it in.
Is it electric?
From the devil.
From hell itself.
We'll come back.
What's the best kind? I'll try one.
I've never even seen one.
Masterbuilt.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number.
Oh, there is no other.
As we make our way back. So, wrapping up this hour, a couple of items we can look at.
Can I give you an update from email on the air fryer, Rick?
Yes.
Or you want to do that first?
No, do air fryer first, and I'll close with
I think this sums it up. And this sounds like a fair...
level-headed.
Review of the whole process. This is from Mike in Chipley, Florida. He says, I have the one from Ninja. It does a great job. I've cooked awesome cube steak in it, fries, country ribs. I'm not going to say it's better than the original, but it is quick, easy, and a fast cleanup.
Yeah, that's fine.
That sounds
It's
like a fair
for
review.
something quick and easy and a fast cleanup, that's pretty dang good.
Yeah, it is. It's good food.
It beats not having it, right?
Tastes good, easy cleanup.
Hey, better food than I thought.
You don't have to start all this stuff. I know. You don't have to start all this. It's better than anything your mom
How
ever
about
made.
the easy cleanup?
It's better than
works for me.
it's better. It's better than award-winning chefs. Yeah, but you don't have to do all that.
Wolfgang Puck is using one.
You know it. It's better than Frank Stitz. All right, so all right, is that his name?
Yeah, yes, yeah, you actually said it right.
All right, but anyway,
I thought you were going to say better than the Colonel.
By the way, Frank, you ever going to open again? All right, so let's
not rushing in.
Let's go with the. By the way, we don't want, don't we? So
These are the days of America.
By the way, if the vaccine mandates and all that have gotten creepier and creepier to you, and you're looking around saying, "But aren't things seem to be a lot better?" And we just we got people gathering everywhere.
Don't we need to tap the brakes on this?
But anyway, now the Biden administration, and get ready for this. If you're bothered by the creepy pushing of vaccines now, just wait till you see this one. The Biden administration has kicked off nationwide effort to get children vaccinated against COVID-19 ages 5 and up. And Bubba, one of the things they're doing, Big Bird just got vaccinated.
Yeah, I saw where Sesame Street is pushing the whole thing.
Creepy.
And if I'm not
Creepy.
mistaken, Biden congratulated Big Bird for getting vaccinated this weekend.
Now, don't forget, in
did.
the current state, our president really does think Big Bird is real.
That's a great point.
So don't,
now, Rick, I look here, Snuffleupagus is holding out.
No.
He's not
No,
giving in
it's
yet.
Oscar the Grouch.
Oh,
have you
yeah.
seen Babylon Bee? They
No.
said Oscar the Grouch is holding out and he's
No.
stocking up on ivermectin.
Now, that is funny.
And he's holding little tubes of it.
I heard that Ernie told everybody he took the vaccine, but really didn't.
No, he didn't. He's got a weird relationship with Bert.
Look right there.
Yeah.
How funny is that?
Oh, that's good. But guys, this is creepy. First of all, Big Bird's not real. Yeah. But when we start trying to
Rick,
when we start trying to manipulate children with things like Big Bird and Sesame Street to get a vaccine,
Rick, I don't, parents are going to have to make their own call on this, but I mean, some of the vaccines we get before you start school have been out 50 years. They're very effective. We know, what they do and what they don't do. But is the pandemic at a point we need to be vaccinating 5-year-olds?
Well, that's what I don't understand. Maybe I'm missing part of the explanation. Has there been some out of this world death rate spiraling through our elementary schools?
I thought the kids were the lowest, and there have been some deaths. Okay,
Yeah,
and
some
acknowledge that.
Yeah, of course.
But that group, the 18 and under group, has been probably the lowest number of deaths than any demographic, right?
Right. So let me go to this. I'm just using
and overall, you put them all together, it's still 1% or less.
Right. Well, yeah. I'm gonna just try to walk this out with some sort of the way the things are going. If you go to those that want Big Bird to be vaccinated and they want your child to be vaccinated, if he or she's 5 years old, okay, and you say to them, well, there have been some negative side effects on the vaccine. There are people who took the vaccine and had blood clot issues. There are people that took vaccines. They've had the heart. I can never say it. The myocardial, whatever it is.
Yeah,
and there have been people that the vaccine killed them. They had an allergic reaction, just like I know someone personally who died of a flu shot. This can happen, okay? And then you would say to that family, well, the percentage of that are so low. Well, the percentage of children dying of COVID is just as low.
Yeah.
So how can you use that logic to force a vaccine, mandate a vaccine, or manipulate a vaccine on a 5-year-old when there is no epidemic of 5-year-olds dying at any large number of COVID? Are there? I don't know if there's any 5 years. I assume there is. But what I'm saying is the number is minuscule, and the people who are having side effects, if we're being allowed to see all the information about the side effects, we may or may not. I don't know. But I'm gonna pretend like we're living in a world where everything's straight up, and the only side effects that we know about are the ones that are happening. Okay. Well, if all we keep hearing is the vaccine is safe, which I agree, because you don't see a lot of side effects to it. Well, COVID doesn't really affect a lot of children either. How can on one side it be, hey,
just a few.
Hey, if it happens to one, well, couldn't we say the same thing about side effects? But we don't, because you can't really.
Right.
You know, you do go for the chances of that. Which one is the higher risk for you? Yeah. And I think it's just it's dishonest to say that there's something going on in elementary schools and kindergartens that we need to get this vaccine rolled out to small children. Where is this happening?
Again, I think they're just jab crazy right now. They want everybody to be vaccinated no matter what, that it'll be good for the greater cause. But like you say, if you're one of these people that are affected by COVID, it's bad, or have a death, or you die. But it's also bad if you have a bad reaction to the vaccine, and that is happening. It's a very small number, but there are some of them. And I just don't know that it just doesn't seem those age kids are at risk. Now, you're talking 70 and over, different story. But I don't know. It just seems like we're jab crazy right now.
It seems like an unnecessary move, especially when you don't see. Usually when you want something like this, you're like, look what's going on. We got to do something. Where's the –
yeah.
Where's
I mean,
the look what's
we're not
going
at
on?
25% death rate right now. So it never was.
And now let's talk about this group of people in our society, these children. Where's all the –
And see, there hasn't been any
Where is it?
big scale study on how it affects kids. I mean, we've had limited phase studies with the vaccine, but I mean, it just hadn't been big studies because it hadn't been around that long.
That's another thing. We're going – President Biden, I get you want everybody vaccinated, but stop telling us in that creepy whisper. Get vaccinated.
Yeah, well,
he leans in and whispers.
It's like you're in the outfield at Field of Dreams.
Yes,
right.
Yes.
Why is he whispering? What is this? The Crypt Keeper?
It wasn't creepy enough.
I mean, this is weird. This is weird. Don't do that maniacal voice about it. Get vaccinated. I mean, what are you doing? I mean, if you build it, they will come. Vaccinate you, and we will come. I mean, it's just crazy. All right. So Big Bird's gone as far as to even. And by the way, if you've seen Big Bird, I don't know that those wings and those little hands even work on being able to tweet.
I'd like to see
I wonder if he's had any side effects.
One of his hands doesn't work at all. It's just a string tied to it.
Like this.
Yeah, right. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother. Waking on that blubber.